Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble, very humble, even more humbled host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I absolutely greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the endless amounts of blessings in the universe. So, thank you all. For those who may show up, Chloe, Miss Chloe, found a way that I could sign up for Meds on Wheels for you online. Okay, boy, what a tangled web that thing was today. I mean, I called 9 times and kept getting the same number, getting different directories and stuff. That mess, it was wild now. But tomorrow's another day. I got a phone call in, supposed to get a call back. It was too late in the afternoon by the time I got through with this one local number. So tomorrow's another day. They could call me first thing. It's in progress. But the fact that the lollygagging thingy and that other phone number, hey, Witch Moon, and hey, Michelle, did things go well, Michelle? Are you any better at all? Please tell me yes. Don't lie to me, but I deleted the video I did the other night when and I've hurt some people's feelings. So I want to say right here in the beginning of this one, please forgive me for the other day. For you can't go back and point it out because the video's gone. But if I've hurt somebody's feelings, please, that was a bad day for me, a really bad day. So one thing I do want to kind of put out about this, and it has to do with being lonely. The power it's all about the power of healing. But I spent years as a depressed, want to die person down here, lonely by myself. Nobody cares. If I died, they wouldn't find my body for months. And back then, it might have taken months before, honestly, anybody did find me. So I've had this fear for a long, long, long time. Now, as a child, first born, I was taken from my mother and I was put into the system since birth. And I've had abandonment issues that I've dealt with. But the combination the other night of just coming home and things, expecting people, and there's a particular group, I'll say, that's going to come and do my dirty work. I got a toilet and everything, but there's mud in my well, and I have to fill the bucket. I have to have a bucket and fill it to flush my toilet. Okay. It's not hard. Oh, you had to listen. When you're in the country, you do what you do. And for me, one tiny little poo a day does not relegate redoing my entire system, which I've been trying to do, but because of my back. So this is where I'm at now. So they were going to come and do the dirty work. They were going to flush the poo, which needed to be flushed. They were going to do a couple of the dirty things, and they volunteered for it. And my toilet was full. I know this is TMI, but when, and you can't do it yourself, and you look around and frustration sets in. The pain is like, whoa, that's a different story altogether. But the frustration, and I can't do this, and I'm down here by myself, and there ain't nobody coming, and I need to use the toilet, and to the point they promised. So, but that's all over. We've got things flowing and going. I've figured out some things. I still can't flush the toilet. And this is not about, being, oh, woe is me. It was me in that there were these little things that normally I just took care of without even thinking, that now I have to think about them. Well, wait a minute. I have to plan on somebody to come to flush my toilet now because the people who were going to, quote, do my dirty. It only takes a couple minutes. As long as it takes to fill up a bucket of water, that's how long it takes. Well, 2 buckets of water. But, I didn't want other folks who were bringing me food and doing all these other things to have to go flush my commode. I tried to relegate and delegate what was going on. Okay, enough of that. But from all of this other, my good friend just left here before I started this live stream, and he looked at my back, and he seen it the other day where it was soppy wet with goo draining out of my back. It's clean. The nurse who was here earlier stripped me and put another bandage on. I'm supposed to have the bandage changed every day now. And she said, Mr. Noel, it looks great. She goes, when do you go in to have your staples out? And there are pictures roaming around, and you can see it if you want. I want to be open about this because when I was doing my research about backs and things, I would have watched me. So how did yours turn out? I want another opinion. But the power of healing, I can't show you right now, but it's on my back. It is my back because 2 operations, 2 cuts. Everybody that looks at it goes, I can't believe it. And tomorrow will be a week from the second operation. So it hasn't even been a week since slice number 2. So the power of healing, I'm sitting here talking to you, the power of healing. I don't have, there's no infection. The power of healing. My blood pressure's down like 20 points from when I was in the hospital. The power of healing. You know, it, Today was a grumpy day for bones and stuff, but I still got it done. Not much, but I made it to the kitchen. I made coffee. So with all the negative is and all the pain and everything, I'm still making progress. Now, personally, I know the power's there. I absolutely know it's working. But now that I'm on this side of the operations, I have to face reality and go, this power is going to have to be stretched out a little longer than I thought. You have to reconsider not necessarily your options, but that I thought yesterday, oh, by Saturday, I'll be great. Nope, have to reevaluate. And in our lives, we have to reevaluate. Well, I'm going to do this and I got to do, and even in spiritualism, I'm going to attain this certain level. I'm going to attain this power of, okay, and you don't, or you do, but whatever. But the thing is, whatever it is that you're going to attain or wish to attain, honestly depends on the situation. It could be a sunny day outside, or it could be pouring rain. But you're going to do something on Wednesday. But right now, you don't know what the weather's going to be like. Kind of maybe, but sunny. Well, but do you know? Not till you get there. So the power that whatever the power is, and I'm going to go into that in a minute, but to wrap this part up, this personal power of, I know the power of the universe is helping me heal. All y'all out there praying for me, I know and I can tell. I can feel it working on my back. But the power part, what do I mean? What does the universe mean by power? Is it my, quote, kingly power? Is it a queenly duties power? Is duty even a power? Um, you know, Thunderdome, the Hogman, poop is power, um, even with a crappy attitude. But in the universe of things, though, I am the power, He Man. Everybody talks about the power to heal, or the power to manifest, or the power of, okay, what do you mean by power? Is it the power to control? Wait, hang on. I want to see what Michelle said. I know y'all love me, but there's some other folks out there that I have. I know in a way I'm sure I pissed them off, and I really didn't mean to. But anyway, that said, oh great, no, I didn't get it the text apparently. But anyway, hey Mel, how are you? I'm looking good tonight. Great. Under the Pearl, I was just thinking, I was like, oh, hope Miss Pearl's out there. It's been a rough day pain wise, but I'm managing. I'm good. I'm sitting here. The folks have fed me and things and stuff. I'm great in that respect. But as I was saying, for you folks, come on and blessings, Mel and Pearl, always. Is that I realized that I expected the pain, I expected therapy. Yeah, but now I have to reevaluate and go, well, maybe it's going to take me a little longer than I thought I could do it. I was talking with Barry earlier on the phone. We had a 3 hour phone call just jacking, yakking, not jacking, yakking. Um, Jacking? Jack, are you here? Anyway, but the idea though that the power of healing. So, what do you mean power? Well, I want to have the power to manifest. I have the power to do the power. Okay. So some of these people, and I got to interject this, and somebody said something to me here within the last 2 days, similarly, that some of these people who are, the power of manifestation, that they're actually it's kind of swamp gas, it's swamp water, that they think their intent is good. Now, these are other people's comments now. I'm relating somebody else's point of view. And they were telling me, they said, this particular person who at the time, I did not know who they were talking about, but they said, they're into spiritualism and everything, but they keep promoting this power thing. And I was like, oh, yeah, the power to do this, the power to command your, and the power to, and he said, I think these people don't know it, but they're power hungry. And some of these people who are supposed to be so spiritual and spreading the word and spreading the love, but all they can talk about is the power. And I was like, I have backed off from some folks because it just seemed like I agree with you, and I haven't said anything, maybe way back, a ways. But the fact that why are people only focused on the power? Why, why? Now, for me, I want my own personal power to be able to heal myself. Now, if I could heal somebody else too, so the power of prayer. Well, what is that power? Do you want to like collect it from the universe and you walk around with, I got the power of prayer? Okay. So there are lots of different levels of the power of prayer. Mossy man, things worked out great, dude. In the end, here recently it has. So thank you. And which room? I thought you were going to bed. Anyway, but so in this thing, and I believe in the power of healing, but at the same time, and my guys are back, by the way, gals, love you. That they were like, okay, just stop and consider the word power. You know, everybody's got a different viewpoint of what power means. Well, the power to control my life. Okay, that's different than the power to manifest something. You know what I mean? That still power. It's still you want to do something. Hey, Susie Q. God bless y'all. I mean it. But in this power of stuff, I gotta say it because it was mentioned as well. There are some women out there, the power of the goddess, and they forget that this is a yin and yang thing. They forget that it's cooperation between the male and the female. It's the god and goddesses. the male and female essences. It's not one or the other, it's both. And there are some folks out there who are preaching only female energy, and that's not balance. It's not. I understand what you mean, and power to the women. See, power again, pow her, because some of these folks have, in my humble opinion, have gone batshit crazy with it. It's like uh, I'm against the God theory anyway. You know that. It's all about the creator and balance in the universe. It's the male and the female working together in a divine unity. But to say one or the other is like it, to me, is just plumb stupid. I'm sorry. Let's cut to the chase. No mealy mouth around. This is plumb stupid. Stop it. For the guys who with the goddess and to the gals that are, it's only the goddess. Stop it. You're creating stuff that ain't supposed to be there. We need peace and harmony and balance. And you're trying to drag it all to one side. Well, men have conquered the world and they've had control for so long. Okay. So you want to take it back and swing that pendulum to y'all's side. Okay. But because they say they want peace and balance in the world, because women can do it better. Regardless or whatever you want to use that word, if you push it to one side or the other, the scale is still imbalanced. There is no real power if you want to consider the unity of the universe kind of thing, because it's on one side or the other. And either you believe in this one or that one. And there's no balance. So the power of the universe is just all over the place, i.e., no balance. And we can look around ourselves and tell there's no balance around us anymore. There used to be a pseudo balance back in the day, but these days, look around it's just nuts. Like the phone call thing and trying to just get me on a list and doing that last live stream, and just how nutty it is. Around and around and around people's times and looping and going through these time things. What the hell? We have lost individual power because other people have decided so. Okay, Hawkeye, what do you mean? I used to work for the Meals on Wheels I knew people who volunteered. I worked for it was Southwest Georgia Community Action Council. Okay. And then they added on aging as well. But after I got busted with the helicopters and got my sentence, I spent 3 months volunteering as my public service thing for the state as part of my sentence at the senior center, serving meals and helping out. And they only do 4 days a week. On Fridays is when everybody gets together and sits down. We cleaned the hall and mopped everything, moved all the chairs and stuff. And also it was when they did the ordering for the meals for the next week and any supplies. So Friday was have everything ordered for the next Monday. So people say, why don't they do 5 days a week? They need that other day to get their stuff together and to make orders. So I've been in the system as it were as a volunteer. So knowing that, when I started getting the runaround, you used to be able to call one number. Now you might get recorded or a recorder because there was only one secretary. But they called back, they answered the phone, and now there is no secretary. There's only the answering machine. So let the machine get it. How many times have you heard that? So the upper powers that be, hang on now, the powers that be have the power to ignore. Let the machine catch it. Let it go to the recording. Let them leave a message. So then, therefore, if and I can remember sitting there going, "Wow, we got 15 Meals on Wheels to go. We had 12 seniors come in today, where we normally only have 10. So there was 2 extra meals there. So you're counting meals and you do and this, and the phone rings when somebody else wants a meal. So you're almost done with your planning and somebody wants to get added to the list at 2 o'clock on Friday. And you've already made your list from what you did that week. So now what do? Do you ignore them? You say, let the machine get it. See, I understand this on a different level. But when the machine today and yesterday was going wonkers, there are no people. So where there used to be a secretary, a live person that knew things, well, Mr. Smith, Miss Jones is on another line. You can hold, or you can call back in 5 minutes, and I'll connect you. Thank you. Click. So they can't afford a secretary to do phone calls. It is automated in such a way that if you watch that video, that was nutty. So you can't get through to a person. You must go through this system. And as I got a little bit of common sense left, but for other people that I've known, this would have killed this little old lady who was like, but I can't get through. You gave me this number, and it would have given her a heart attack because she was old and fragile and by herself and knew she had to depend on other people. And she gets a runaround on the phone, round and round. Now, what does she do? And in my thoughts today, while I was doing the video, yes, it's happening to me, but there are several people who have passed away within the last 5 years in this neighborhood and dear friends who went through the same similar circumstance. So for those that say, oh, you always talk about yourself, listen, I'm including at least 7 or 8 other people who are now dead. And they were younger than me, by the way. So it's happening. It's still happening. It's going to happen tomorrow. Other people are going to get the runaround. Is it a conspiracy? Well, y'all know me. Yeah, I do. But I think it's a conspiracy because if too many people call and they're overwhelmed, they ain't going to answer the phone. Well, you get that? No, no, no. I already got 20 people here, and that's max. I'm going to have to order some. No, so they don't. So you don't get on the list. You're going to have to wait because whatever's on the bottom end is still transpiring. Now, does that mean that's a power right there to control or try to control those situations? Um, about what, Mel? About what I'm talking about? So, I mean, there are so many levels of this, but are they controlling it? Yes, they are. And I'm not trying to spring something. No, because the evidence is right there, period. And so you all called a number, and all y'all out there was great. Barry and everybody making phone calls for me. They got to Meigs, Ohio, which called him back. So, there's good stuff out there, but man, is it messed up. So, over the course of the next, I guess until I'm dead, I want to expose some of these things and at least bring them to light and talk about them because people think the system is so good. Everybody's going on. All you got to do is call this number here, 1-800 God, save me, piss on me or whatever's the. Now, see, I'm trying to reach the button over there on the heater with my cane. I got it. Now, let me show you the end of this thing. It's just a stick with a pad on the bottom. But see the handle? Let me see if I can get it in the light better. It's a funky handle. This was just a tree I found. And I looked at it. This was a limb. There's a little knot hole right there, kind of thing. And at times it's very uncomfortable. But this little hump right here that looks odd It's at a strange angle, but it fits the palm of my hand. And I've been getting around the house with this stick from the woods, which I rubbed it down and oiled it. Not much. It's just hand oil and nothing special, but it's sturdy. It's got a nut on the end. I can pull stuff to me. And so my answer to some of this stuff is sometimes a stick from the woods it is just as good as a high tech object. Now, I understand that all y'all out there, somebody has purchased and it's already on the way another Gabber thingy. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. So, one of the things I want to do is do dedicated videos like during the day or something, or just make the video and put it up about the things that seniors have to go through, like the roundabout with, you know, simple things around the house. How am I going to carry something? So right there is my walker. It's too dark in the house. I just tied a plastic bag to it so I could get whatever it was back over here. So walkers should come with little Velcro things on top, like a cup holder or something, where you can stick things in, just anything, a spoon of what, maybe wide enough to tuck a sandwich down in there. So the person, so I think I could make $1 million of just making Velcro aprons that Velcroed right on top of any walker. And it would have little pockets on it. When I was working in the Carney, we made our own aprons for whatever it was, for nails, for this, for that, and we made them so that this pocket was for this and this pocket was for this. So you didn't have to search in a big thing for different lengths of whatever. This one had this one had this one, and it made your work easier. But so as a temporary cripple, um, to have something that velcro to the front of a walker so that you could put items in it for the short term or the long term. If it velcroed on nicely around the tubes, then you could walk anywhere with it, go through the store, get something, put it in my little pouch, and keep walking with your walker. I have not seen anything like that. So if you all see something like that pop up, I've got the idea too. Hey Mel, what? Okay, Duggar. Somebody made a comment in one of the other videos or something. I'm not sure. Maybe. Anyway, they suggested I get a dog or a cat. I got Duggar, and when Rob just left, he has Duggar with him and his 3 kids, and God love him. And Duggar has melted the hearts of his children and them over there. We love Duggar, he said, but in my condition, especially, he would kill me with his tail simply by being happy to see me. And there'd be nothing I could do about it. Even if I'm sitting, if he tried to jump up here and give me a hug, it would kill me. And I want to see him. But if he jumped up and pushed me back, I'd be screaming in pain right now. Duggar can't be here. And this young man has enough foresight because he took care of his own grandmother until she passed away last year. So, in house experience dealing and working with the elderly. And so, that experience he brings over here and makes sure that I get at least that much attention and that much care. And that he checked my back before I did this live stream and he goes, "Man, Dave, it really does look good." So, healing power of the universe, it's there. I know it's coming in. I can feel it literally. Now the skin's doing well. I hope the muscles do because that's what's bitching at me right now, kind of thing. I expected it. All right. But when you get here and you go, oh, look at the beach, it's going to be a sunny day. Temperature's going to be in the 90s. And then you get there and 90 degrees, it feels like you're under a broiler, and you go, I didn't know it was going to be this damn hot. Yeah, but it's the beach. You knew it was going to be warm. Yeah, but I didn't know it was going to be that hot, so it's sort of like that. Of course, I didn't go to the beach and it was no damn vacation in there. But I understood, from previous experiences with operations on my neck and on my leg. But I didn't realize just, I don't know how deep some of the pain is, where it was going to come from, the stabbing pains that come out of nowhere and make you jump in your seat. Okay. But you adapt. I'm adapting. But I keep saying I'm stable and I'm safe. Stable means you're not getting these sharp pains all the time. And I'm sitting here and I'm stable. So now I got one going down my left. Oh, speak of the devil. Whee doggy. Shut up, Dave. Don't be talking about that stuff. They'll teach you a lesson. Oh, wow. My left leg is swelled up like a balloon. Not a clue why. But I've checked my blood pressure, and in the hospital, it was like 145 over 80 stuff. I'm home, and the nurse was here. She took it, and it was like 132 over something. And I said, let me check while you're here with my machine. Mine was 123 over 75, which is the kind of reading I was getting before I went in the hospital. So my blood pressure was high the entire time. This is part of the healing thing, the power of healing. I told myself when I get home 5 days ago, when I get home, I can bring my blood pressure down. When I get home, I'm gonna use when I get home, I'm home and my blood pressure's down. Again, the power of healing, the power of intent, but the power with intent to heal the muscles in my back. It's just going to take a little longer. Whoops. I really misjudged that one. But I know it's healing. I know it's going to get done. But it's going to take a little longer because I had two of them instead of one. It's going to take a little longer, Hawkeye. All right, for whatever lessons are in that one. And those lessons keep popping up too, by the way. What a strange trip this was. The whole shebang. But in that, I want to dedicate certain subjects to 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe an hour, and only that subject. Y'all can come in the live stream and I might say hi, but I'm not going to interact with you because I want to stick on the topic, but I want to see your reaction as well. But I want to stay to the topic and then we can talk about it later and do another video about that. But like the Medicare thing, I want to pick a particular topic like caseworkers or patient advocates and talk about just that for as long as it needs to get done. And that's that. There won't be anything else. Patient's advocate or whatever. I sound like a seal. Give me a ball. But in the universe of things, trying to stick with the power thing, I some of these the word spiritual shyster comes to mind. Now, I don't know if some of these people are doing it on purpose or if their spiritual journey has kind of going along and really everything's groovy. They're right on track with stuff. Then all of a sudden they kind of slide in the mud sideways. And you go, wait a minute. Like, for example, a friend of mine was talking about, he said, I studied white magic and black magic. Okay, because the power of this, there's the word, and blah, blah, blah. And okay, so what? Well, he says, I got a friend of mine who's into a little bit darker magic. Okay. And, well, he said, if you really want something bad enough that you have to sacrifice for it in order to gain the power of that entity or to prove your power or to something. What's he want to kill? you know, the Jews sacrifice lambs all the time. I mean, look what that crazy God of old did. He slaughtered everybody. Hey, let's have a flood and wipe the earth off. Okay, look what that God did to Job. He made a pact with the devil. They were rolling dice. Wonder if we hit his house with fire. You think he's gonna give up? 7 come 11. Um, who the hell? What kind of God is that? Now, I peeked in Wayne Steiger's show this afternoon, and caught him late, and he was kind of sort of talking about this, and I absolutely agree with him on that. And for all the time he spent with the Bible and everything, I did the same thing as a Catholic. I just didn't go around preaching the way he did. But from that same fact, I traveled around with the carnival and met people on the street, and I've seen people, you know, uh, and there are still we called them, sorry everybody, holy rollers, because don't know if anybody else, any other north, south, east, or west, but it was them holy rollers, and they meant the folks that spoke in tongues. Yeah, them holy rollers now. Well, man, they're Shambhala, Shambhala, them holy rollers. Yeah, that's a derogatory remark if you were one of them. If you didn't know what they was talking about, you'd think maybe they was throwing dice in the alley. Holy rollers, cha cha cha. But in that, the power of. And so to kind of sort of, I wasn't expecting to talk about Wayne's show, okay, but to the point, if anybody was there, the to tail end this little thing, I've watched people within these groups. My first wife is one of them. If she's still alive, I don't even know. Her parents were, some other relatives, and so they would come over to the house on Sunday after church, and they would go holy rollering right there in the front room. Now, here's this Catholic boy from Tampa, Florida, who moves up here to South Georgia. And they said, "Come on in, Dave, and say prayer with us." And these people are, and I'm like, what my mother did I just walk into? I left Tampa because I had was researching and had gone into the witchcraft, black magic, satanic kind of thing, and I seen how much there was down in Tampa and around, and I got out of there. So I come up here to South Georgia, going to sit around with some Christians from the local Holy Rollers Church, and they start acting more weird than the people who were actually working, trying to reach the dark side. Holy crap. And Wayne said, paraphrasing, that he could see it he could see the change in them. So, and he said, I'm paraphrasing, you get a bunch of them together, and collectively when they're speaking in tongues, that you're actually drawing those entities closer to you. I absolutely agree with that statement. I've seen entities come and look like enter these people in the front room. It ain't like off some. No, I mean right there. Holy crap! What was that? So people are seeking the power of the Lord, and seeking the power of the Holy Spirit. And I typed in the chat when the Holy Spirit thing came up, and I said the Holy Spirit is our collective energy from the universe. That's it's the Holy Spirit is not a single entity. And since then, I like it just the gals, they said, write this down real quick. The Holy Spirit is not an entity. Okay, blah, blah, blah. And I did without a chance to really think about it, but I absolutely believe it. I haven't really talked about it recently, but a long time ago, I, I've understood this for a long time. And so anybody who's thinking the Holy Spirit is a single thing, y'all need to upgrade. Y'all need to upgrade your thoughts and energies and think about this in a bigger way, because everybody thinks that the Holy Spirit is like an angel or a part of God. It is a part of God. It's a part of all of us. We are the collective. We are the league of like-minded beings. And because we are we are the Holy Spirit. Now there are folks out there who are doing bad things, not so much for them, you know. But because it's part of the universe and because we need yin and yang, even the evil and even the nasties and that negative energy is part of the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is the energy from the universe. I'm sorry, you can try to break it down in different categories, but that's because you got religion on the brain. We have to think above that. We have to get our heads out of them books and think about the cosmos with a higher level of thinking. And so, this second operation this time around, I've got to, I mean, I can see clearly now the whoa, because I could see where I was sort of not necessarily limited, but they showed me, hey, Hawkeye, it's now that you've been around it a couple more times now, look at it like this. It's just a little bit of tweaking, but look at it like, and I'm looking. So over these next few months or years or whatever, this these operations were not just physical for me. They're very, very much metaphysical, spiritual, psychic. Just it wasn't just them cutting me open and doing it over again. It wasn't. It's not that. Damn it. But anyway, so but the power of stuff. So within me, the power of me, I can I think of Bob the Builder way before Bob the Builder was on television. This was back in the early 80s when I had my first operation. Very much into visualization back then and even now. Because I can prove it because I'm healing so well. Oh, you're right. Healing so well. They kicked me in the butt this afternoon, spirit guides, and said, Dave, you're confident that you're going to heal. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm confident. And I'm confident I'm going to do this. And they said, yeah, but, you know, that overconfidence can kick you in the butt. Well, wait a minute, but I'm confident I'm going to heal. That's my power. Yeah. And in that power, you get overzealous. Yeah, I want to go outside and run around. I can't. I want to do this. And so you, and that's my ego in that I know I can do this. I know I can do this. So I'm being positive and I keep repeating it, but I need to shut up because I'm overdoing it. That's when I said yesterday and other folks, y'all out there praying for me, thank you, Jesus. I mean it. But take a breath because they're telling me I need to take a breath. I haven't lost any, I haven't lost any ground in the thing. But if I continue to press it, I'm going to heal. Yes, I will. I got this, and that's overdoing it. We're a nice subtle. I got this. Yep. I'm hurting right now, but it'll be okay. No matter how long it takes, I got this. Where I'm like, now part of this get up and go are the steroids. Okay. We have to at this point interject that in here. So I'm kind of sort of drug induced with this gung ho. But so today, spirits, thank you all, warned me you're almost pushing over confidence. We know you can do it. You know, you take it. We know. But I'm going to do it. We know. But how about take a breath, Dave? And that's sort of what got me in trouble the other day when I come home from the hospital. And I offended some people, and I'm very sorry. I hope it all will just go away. Please don't even think about it. Please just let's go move on. Please. But anyway, so, and it's the power of being overzealous. It's the power of the brain working against me because the situation had put my brain in a situation. Good, Mel. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Or whatever. But anyway, I've been here 45 minutes. So, but I'm hoping that in this story, the different levels of power that I'm experiencing in that, well, what do I want this power for? Is it for me or is it for somebody else? So going back to the story about my buddy who seemed to think that a friend of his who, if you really want to have this to happen, you got to kill something. You got to sacrifice something. You got to offer up something more than sage and a wish and a prayer. And all I got to say is to my friend, please don't do it. I don't know what you're killing. It could be a rabbit you're going to eat. Okay. The Jews do it all the time. They make a sacrifice and then, okay. I say all the time, I mean, as a culture and as a, to slaughter the lamb. And all right. Mexicans do it. One of my brother in laws years ago, uh, raised goats. And every year when the young one was up big enough, they'd come by and buy the goat and they would drink some of its blood, carry it home, and they'd eat it. But there was a ceremony there. The life of the goat, the power of the goat was in the blood. So there are songs in the Catholic Church and other churches. Oh, the power of the Lord is in the blood. It's in the blood. It's in the blood. Oh, the power of the Lord is in the blood. The power's in the blood. That's Christian church. If you take a step back, you'd go, them people must be devil worshippers because all the power is in the blood of the Lord. Which Lord? Who is that person? And what freaking power are they talking about? And why do they need it? Whatever that power is, what are they going to use it for? So the power of the universe, as I was out there floating around this second operation a week tomorrow, the power is the universe. Now, here's something that might flip a lot of people out and probably make some people cranky and want to leave. It's okay. You just found a Georgia quarter. Synchronicity, but the power of this. So what are you going to do with it? Y'all, I'm starting to get flaky. I The train of thought just went that direction. uh might not be here much longer, but I can tell that whoops, uh the power of the Lord. There we go, back to that. So, but the power of the Lord is in the blood. And there's a particular song. I was in a play and we did all kinds of old Appalachian music and stuff, acoustic with harmonicas. It was great. But one of the those hymnal thingy, it was all about the power of the blood. Well, in the Catholic Church, there are songs that they all glorify the power of the blood. Are these folks vampires? I mean, seriously, it's a Christian church, but it's the power of Jesus. Yeah, but you keep talking about the blood. And years ago, when them three ladies appeared in my house and told me to get cracking, I was told that people need to take Jesus off the cross. Too many people only focus on his dying, and guess what? The blood, instead of all the works that Jesus did. Now, Wayne said something today, and I've talked about this before. Jesus never said, pray to me. He never said, worship me. He did say, follow me, but that's an individual choice. So, all of these people who are, and I've talked about worship before, but the power of worship, you get a bunch of folks together in these churches, and it's for the Lord, the power of the Lord, in the blood of Jesus Christ, amen. But in that, they're making almost a pledge. I'm going to kneel down before the Lord and worship at his feet. But again, I will say to you, my brethren, the angel that came to John in Revelations at the end of the book told John to stand up. John bowed down and worshiped at his feet, and the angel said, rise, because you are as I am. Pointing to John, get up, brother, come on. You're like me, get up. And then again, in some, it might be the next chapter, and it's like at the end of the book. So to me, that's been a clue for a lot of years in that, wait a minute, we're going to do all this worshiping in the front of the book. And at the end of the book, this tidbit of information, um, you are as I am. And also in the couple last chapters, I used to be able to quote them, the verses. Sorry, it's been a while. But in it, it says, and any man who changes the word of God shall be um, unwritten from the book of the tree of life. Now, so I'm specifically talking about the Catholic Church now. They made everybody change their Bibles to the new Bible, which is not the same as the old Douay-Rheims Bible. This has to do with power. So these people got together, gathered with them the power to make every Catholic feel guilty if they use their old Bible. The only way you can get to heaven is through the power of the Lord and a new Catholic Bible. So the conspiracy, is it really? Well, in their own Bible, it says so if you're following the narrative. Whoever changes the word of God shall be unwritten from the book of the tree of life. So for every person who's converted to the new Bible is technically guilty. That's a bunch of Catholics, you know. So they worship the Lord, blood and body of Christ. Here, eat this, drink this, because you're a cannibal, Catholic Church. And now, we've changed the words and you're going to follow them. So therefore, now you're guilty. You're going to be, you and your family are going to be unwritten from the tree of life, the book of the tree of life, because you had followed this. What? Anybody paying attention to that one? I've talked about it before, but I'm not trying to have a large number of subscribers and everything. I love you all, I do, and any new subscribers. But I would agree with Wayne that the book is useless, and all these people who follow them, his realization now after all these years. I've known this for a long time, but I'm glad he's starting to come around. And somebody said that Wayne was a a closet watcher of my channel. Hi, buddy. We could come on sometime if you wanted. But anyway, it's not about numbers, but it is about truth. So my job here is to impart a little bit of wisdom. Look at the situation. You make the determination, but can you see what's actually going on out there? And the fact that other folks it's starting to really click. And I'm not bragging, but they sent me on a mission. And Mother Mary came to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, She is standing right in front of me. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Y'all sing along. But anyway, but truthfully, she stood right over there. And I really don't care if anybody believes me, but I know. But in my heart of hearts, it's like, Dave, you got to tell these people this is your mission. It's not about the religion, it's all about the spirit, because the spirit is the collective. And I have been updated with stuff over the years, those of you who know me long enough, and there are still videos up about some of these things. If you those who are new to the channel, I love you all, I do. Keep up the good work out there, y'all, and stay out of the depressed zones. Cause man, they trying to lay it on y'all. And I'm just so, oh, what about the Ukraine? Well, I'm so grateful to be alive and breathing. Where 2 weeks ago, what about this and that? Oh, y'all want to do a bowl? I'm ready. What time is it? Yeah, we're coming up on a 20. We can officially do it. Um, no, and I haven't moved my clocks forward yet. I'm not going to for the third year in a row. So shame on me. But now I just said that. Let me interject because we can have one of these in a minute. My house is a solar clock. All right. The way it's oriented, south facing, passive solar heating. And it works really nice when it's not cloudy. Um, but at the same time, it's I can't think of the word right now. It's a solar clock. Anyway. So at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sundial, thank you very much, whoever said it out there, you win a prize. But so my house was like a sundial as well. So at 10 o'clock in the morning, there's a shadow that cuts across the floor that should be, about here in my world. Well, I have done this before with Earth Wobble videos, update things. And so I'm not changing my clock because then I would have to erase or finagle the hour difference. So I'm leaving the clock alone. So if I see my sundial house, I can go, oh crap, the sun's early or the sun's late. And it can be as late as almost an hour or early, depending. And so that's one very good positive reason why I don't change my clocks. So I can make this scientific reference without trying to recalculate. But anyway, so in the universe, and years ago, I learned 10 o'clock ain't necessarily 10 o'clock with the sun every day. It could be 9:30, it could be 11:15. So, but it's 10 o'clock. Is it really? Um, oh, let me talk the power of the matrix. Thank you, guys. The power of the matrix. It's a 3D video game. It's we're controlled by AI. Um, our cell phones are all bugged. I would believe that one. But and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but okay, we'll go with that. But let's boil some of this down. The power of stuff. You're only controlled unless you agree to it. I've talked about this, but it's a short thing. When I was in jail for a year, I was still free to think and read what I wanted in my cell block, um, but the jailers, well, you're going to do that. Well, I did it because I volunteered as a trustee because I didn't want to sit in a cell for a year. And so I volunteered. It was my choice. But in my choice of things, they ended up being all really good choices. Because man, I could make anything I wanted to eat because I was in charge of the meat locker and the freezer and the fresh vegetables and fruit and of the stock room. That was my job. In a jail with 700 inmates and all this food, I could eat what the flick I wanted to, cook it in the kitchen, because as we were locked in the kitchen, not going anywhere, but we had free range of the chicken, free range of the kitchen. See, my mouth is starting to slop. But I had power. We, as the trustees in the kitchen, had power within being in jail. So you say, well, I'm in prison, and the AI is out to get me. And the matrix is such that, listen, y'all stop that business. If you're going to believe in this matrix that's trying to eat you, it will. You're helping to create that reality of it. Now, are there some fishy things going on? Are there different dimensions and angles? Yes. But they're trying to group it into a movie about the Matrix. That Matrix was a person or persons perception of it. You buy into the movie version of it, you can't see the rest of the picture. You can't see the big Matrix where Spider Woman is controlling all the energies in the universe. You're going to miss out on that one, Jack. You know, so it's almost to 20. What time? 16. I would agree with you on Mel. You're in Montreal. Hey, brother Manosa, me, us. Time travel is really intriguing. Absolutely. Now, because of these operations, and they take you right on down to where you're just above dying in the dream state kind of thing. So I was expecting one astral ride through the stuff, not two. And I know I keep bringing it up as the second one. There's so much other spiritual stuff attached to the second time around. I'm sorry, I have to refer to it as the number two of them. The first one, I didn't have enough time to recover mentally and etc. to get what the first flight through fancy in the universe, in that where they put you so far down that they can use a pressure washer to hose you off, which is what they did. So, but with that said, though, holy crap, moving around here. See, I can do it. I can ship. It ain't really quick and fast, but I'm able to do it. So give me a few more days. Thank you all for your prayers. I mean it. So, but in this power of things, the power of the matrix. Well, if your brain is only going to think about what they put in a movie and what they have said, I've seen the Matrix a couple of times. It's really groovy. And, a shaman, a really good one, could do some of those things, but not necessarily with the power of digital, as me and Robert have done over the years with the stories and stuff. The shamans would take on animal spirits. They didn't take well, sometimes they took over the animal, but mostly they took on the persona of a chipmunk or this or a skunk or whatever to go observe whatever was going on. They were actually in this time frame, they would be observing the matrix of things. So they became animals and part of the deal to see what was going on. Now these folks think like I'm gonna walk in like Neo did. I think Neo's right. They're gonna walk right in and they're gonna have the guns, they're gonna walk sideways on buildings, and that's it. In your imagination, it absolutely is. And I won't deny it. It exists for you. But in my realm of think, this is tied to time travel. I'll get back to it. So in that, this number two time, it felt like I had gone backwards. There, I'm still unraveling that feeling, like even right now, to bring the subject up and how it felt like there was a time slip there. It was only 2 hours, but it seemed like days went by. And I know when you're in a hospital, you use track of time. I got all that. But there was some kind of time space for me that I was like, what happened? I know it's only been 2 hours. It feels like a year. It feels like 2 months went by. And while I was there, I literally came face to face with a woman in her late 30s, early 40s. We were like this close together. I can sort of still see her face, not a clue who she was or why I saw her or what the situation was, but I know I saw her. I know I was like, don't know who you are, but hi. Now it could be somebody who was on the astral plane while I'm in that little thin line while they're operating on me, and they do it to everybody who gets operated on. Not a big deal. It's become standard operating procedure, SOP. So not a big deal. But when you're in the event yourself, during it and then afterwards, because every single thing that was said and done during that, twilight for me is recorded. My subconscious knows it. It heard everything, recorded everything. But now that I'm awake, and because they had me so far down, I didn't have any control over any of it. Previous experiences with this, I can say, Doc, I thought I heard y'all talking during the operation. What's a wallaby or something? You heard that? We were talking about the southern wallaby in Australia. You heard that? Well, I heard wallaby, and that's why I'm asking. And there were things actually that happened to me like that in the doctor from the operating room. And in talking with my buddy down in Florida, he remembers things like that. And he's had several heart stents and he's got hardware in his spine. I mean, his wife's in the hospital. Um, yeah, I can say her name. They found colon cancer in her when they did the thing the other day. In the hospital, sick, no doctors to look on in after. She literally walked out of the hospital and checked herself out. Went from Tampa General to St. Joseph. They checked her out, moved her files over, and now they're going to operate ASAP. But it'd probably be the person next week. But at least she's in line. At least she has a doctor. So if you all send a prayer out to my dear friend's wife, Miss. The meds are really kicking in. Charlene. Okay. No last names, please, but y'all send prayers out for healing for this woman and her cancer, that they can get it all and everything. So, you know, as the card said, to send out medicine, we use Crow. So, to the Crow messenger, we as a collective send healing out to our dear friend Charlene. There we go. So, it is as simple as that. It can be much more complicated than that, but at least we can send out that prayer. Help her heal, you know? Oh, magical things, may the matrix be with you. That bullshit. Just, to the universe, help her heal and send a message with Crow. Now, for me, I saw this thing the second time around about as far as power. Oh, it's past time I missed. Here we go. I must admit Oh, that's smooth. Uh, because of television and movies, the way that I'm not visualizing it, this is the way I have been seeing it. It's like there are some commercials and movies and things where you see these digital images like come over like a rainbow and come in front, and there are columns and they do this number. Well, it's similar in how that is presented to what I'm seeing, which is for me, I perceive things, I don't see them. I'm seeing them now. That's the difference between a number one and a number two. So it's like there are events and stuff already, seeing things running around. And I mean, like seeing them, like seeing their face, not just it was something over there. No, hi, how you doing? So whatever popped in me, and I've talked about this before, there are so many levels of awareness and stuff. And even now, with all the things that I think I know, I've been exposed to even more stuff this time around that I kind of sort of knew and understood, but the understanding now is stronger. It's like, holy cow, that shit's real. you know, I can actually see the energy coming out of the universe like little, it's sort of like glitter, but it ain't in how it drops real slow and just like, what? It's not thick like snow or anything, but there's a little glittery flutter and it's just coming by. And then, oh, whoop, there's another one over there. Come down. I didn't have that before. Okay. That awareness is like, I may have perceived it in my mind to say, I think I see it. It looks like glitter, but this time around, oh, look, more glitter. Oh, look, more, So for me, like I said, the operation is much more than just a physical thing for me. There's spiritual stuff shoved in there, and it's going to take a while for some of this stuff to unravel. But I want to speak about these particular things rather than a general tone of me yakking away like I'm so much apt to do. But to stay on track still with the power. So I did not have the power, if you will, to see those things 10 days ago. Well, tomorrow will be 2 weeks. But still, 2 weeks ago. Not a clue. I'm just tumbling along and with what I know and what I can perceive, perfectly happy with the whole thing. Now I'm seeing glittery things from the universe coming down. Um, what a change of events. Okay. Does that mean a higher level of awareness? Was that a present from the gods that now um, I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to see ghosts now. Sort of, just saying. Where my friend Marcy passed away, she could see those spirits. Sort of like the CBS thing, Ghost. Now that show's funny. I don't promote much, but I gotta say they got a good cast in it. That the Ghosts on CBS, that's that they make me laugh now. Good humor and good acting. Okay, moving on. Had to throw that in there though. But as perceptions change within us, so Dave No Hawkeye Two Feathers is sitting in this shell, and I'm having coffee or whatever, and I'm burning sage, and everything's groovy. And until that setting gets interrupted or changed or hiccuped on, the same perception is still there. Now, why do I say that? Because when they cut you open, regardless of the operation now, I mean, I had a sort of experience when they put me out for my colonoscopy. I had a similar experience when they went in for the heart cath. So it's not just an operation, but the procedure. And it's not the procedure in and of itself, it's how they knock you out and put you under that puts you, not quite, Pearl. Nope, nope, not quite. I agree, but not, no. I know they're telling me, nope. No, no, Pearl, you see a lot more than I do. But the thing is now I might be able to see the outline of what you're seeing, where before there was nothing. So I would agree to that, but I can't see it. But I do know it's there now rather than just thinking or perceiving it's there. And I've only been out of the hospital a week. So, I mean, this is day number 3. So this stuff is unraveling, but no, you see much too much. You're like my friend Martha um, was, but um, and she go, it's right over there, and I'd go, where? Right over there. How far away? 10 feet. Okay. And so I'd look and go, I see a little glitter, but I don't see nothing. Where she saw the whole entity. So I actually years ago I thought I wanted that, but I've since changed my mind. I would like to know that they're there rather than think they are. So an outline of something is cool with me. I don't have to see him, but I don't know. I, I, but I would like to be able to go, oh, I see you over there. I don't see them clearly. That's okay. But other folks are like, there it is, and they can see it perfectly, like Martha could. I don't want that I gave up wanting that. But I would like to be able to achieve that level of shamanism where that I could see their outline. So I'm in this second operation and seeing the glittery things and really seeing shit out of the sides of my eyes. Because now when I turn, I go, they're not gone. I can still see a little glimpse of them going by. So things have changed for me in that respect. Just a little bit, but maybe for me, maybe that's all I needed was a little tweaking, a little more. Well, here we go. Here's a gift for you, Hawkeye. Watch this. Let me dial this in a little better. We'll see, because it's only day 3, right? But I can already tell that it's not a bad change, but that some bitch is there. That change is there. And I mean this with respect, y'all. I don't care what anybody thinks. My buddy Randy was in here yesterday. It's Dave. I don't care what other people think of me. I know what I saw, and I know how I feel. Yep. Sorry, you can argue with us all day long, but we've seen it. We felt it. Sorry you don't understand us, but that's it. You know, because he was talking about going to church. Randy, I want to talk about you for a minute because I think it's important. He's had his bowel removed, and his rear end was in a plastic bag on his side. As Bessie, my adopted mother of many years and abuser, she had to go that way with her stomach cancer and everything. And I would not wish that on anyone. But Randy, he's a year or two younger than me. So we're same age. He was overweight, a big fella, 6'2" and broad chested shouldered, talks like this. He was an official. He used to teach um, auctions to be an auctioneer. You want to learn how to be an auctioneer and talk fast? They used to do classes for people, and we'd been in theater many times together. So anyway, he comes out just out of nowhere because he thinks something's wrong with me. He had no idea I had a heart. He didn't have any idea that I had a heart attack last summer, and he didn't know I'd just had surgery. So somehow those tinglies, because of his operations, he said, Dave, you always talk about this spiritual stuff, and I never always wanted to do no mushrooms or nothing like that. But he goes, after that last operation, I know I died because they had to use the paddle on me 3 times to bring me back. And I know the good Lord brought me back for a reason. Now I'm telling this is how I talk sometimes. And I'm not I'm emulating him in a way. And it was I don't know why God let me come back here, and I just don't know. But it seems like there's something here, and so now I can tell him for sure. Saying, remember, Randy, you said you wondered why you're still here. Well, you helped save my life the other day by showing up and doing a couple of things that just popped up, and he just appeared out of nowhere. I mean, we've been friends for 40 years, but he just popped up in the scheme of things as because I know he has such a problem, he overcame his own problem and came and helped me. So he said, you know, Dave, sometimes I can't control my bowels and I don't know when I'm about to pee and I'm doing the best I can and want to go to church and I want a fellowship. And he goes, and all the people in the church shun me because I might feel, he said, I wear the pants, and he said, I know sometimes I smell like pee. He said, I can't help it, but I want to go to church. And he said, the people at the church shun me. And he said, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to feel. And I'm like, Randy, number one, to no offense, but piss on them. And there's nothing wrong with you. God's looking at because he's not into the metaphysical thing like me, but he's not a Bible thumper. So in his mind, like you may sitting over in the corner, but God sees you. You may be sitting over in the corner because nobody wants to be around you because you may have inadvertently, because you cannot control your bowels, have peed a little bit and somebody smells it. It's their fault. They're the Christians who are supposed to have the almighty power and that they shun those who don't fit their criteria. Thank you, Susie Q. Much fun. I love you too. Good night. Good night, everybody. I live in Laval, QC, next to Montreal. There are people acting weird everywhere, Mel, if you're still hanging out. And in talking with all these different friends that I have in Tallahassee and I got folks up north. I got you folks that I chat with too in different parts of the US. And absolutely people are acting, I don't know. And one of the other things, not just are they acting or but where are some of these fools getting some of these ideas? I mean, some of the tweeny thing and call me this or don't call me or some of this stuff has absolutely gone bonkers. Like I said, I have family members who are gay. I respect them, always have. Never got onto them. I got onto them about relationships, but that was because it was the relationship, not the fact that it was male or female or no, it was like, don't let this person abuse you, you know, and you shouldn't abuse them back to, well, I'll get that person back. But this stuff has gone nutso, and not just that. And but and Wayne brought this up. I'm sorry to keep bringing it up. There are many things I don't agree with Wayne. Okay, um, but there are some things we're right on. We are together on, and that's one reason why I popped in this afternoon to hang out in the chat for a little bit to see what was going on and to see whether or not if and if we still jibed in any way, and whether or not I thought I could trust some of the things that he says. And I find out that he's still, Barry, are you still out there? Because you need to help me with this. Somehow on the line was what I can't explain it. And it's sort of like there's still a dark side that's somehow trying to pull him in. And I say dark side in that he talks about certain things, Well, and like, well, maybe we should try this. No, you shouldn't. Stay the hell away from it. Just because you talked or listened to somebody else about how they do things, that don't mean they're right. There are a lot of wrong people out there in spiritualism. And this goes back to something I mentioned 30 minutes ago. It's all about the power, though, still. So there are people who are, quote, spiritual leaders, and some of these folks have got thousands of subscribers and views every day. And what they're actually peddling is horse shit. Well, it could be cow shit, could be goat shit. I don't know. But the bottom line is it's shit. Because, oh, if you do this, you will have the power. Okay. And if you smell of this herb, you'll be smelling an herb. Well, you'll be transcended into the next beyond and into the next dimension. You're full of shit. You can allow these herbs and smells and things to transition you into another plane of existence. Okay. But after that, you're still sitting in a chair or on the floor. You ain't moved an inch. Have you really done anything? You've had a little nice trip in your head, and there's nothing wrong with that. But this transcending into the fifth dimension, and we're all moving in this direction, and just do this, take some Oramus, and you'll live to be 70. I ain't had no more Oramus, and I'm 70 working on 90. So you don't need none of all this extra crap. Just lead a decent, clean life. Oh, if I don't have this special powder every day to build up my body, you got osteoporosis. Now, unfortunately, that's in reference to someone we all know. But I won't say no names. But to the point, though, if you think you're taking something for something, you don't have a clue because it's not natural. They say it is, but it ain't because they have to put other stuff in it for lots of other reasons. You don't have a clue. Well, it's you're going to make me healthy. Well, how you doing right now? Well, I'm okay. Then what you bitching about? Why do you need some kind of special powder, powder? So a special powder to make you more powerful and to gain weight. And well, some people need that. But the other side of the coin is what about all of us who are healthy, other than my back surgery, who are still healthy despite 50 some odd years of smoking on my part, the fact that I still have lungs, and they were clear. The fact that I don't have anything else wrong with me, even despite the smoking and drinking and drug abuse on my part, you too can live until 70 without Ormus, without this, without any. Now, I have had a lot of crystals around me. I have learned to meditate years ago. There are things that I have changed within my life, but all this other horse hockey, you got to have this in order to extend your life. Okay. I look at myself, look at friends. I look at my friends who took all these special things and they're dead. Ooh, take some of this powder and you drink every day and mix up a smoothie. You're dead. I'm sorry. Dead 3 years ago when you were 5 years younger than me. You're dead. Now, you want to tell me, the power of this, the power to heal, the power, you got to have this in order to have it. No, you don't. That's my lesson this time through. The energy is always there. I've been talking about it, but I have a different reality of what they mean by that now, or what the universe means by now. So I had this little revelation the other day, and catch up with this if you can. I skipped it earlier. I said, we were talking about God, a conversation between me and somebody else. And I said, for those people that with the Bible, they believe in the power of God. Hey, Barry. Oh, your stream's behind. You're listening. Okay. I wanted you to help me um, sort of talk about what we talked about killing things for their energy. So hang out if you can hear this. But and with that said, if you kill anything to use their power for whatever that reason is, nope. All the Indian books and I said Indian, all the Native American books, all the shamans teach, you should never have to destroy in order to progress. Now, there are times when you got to kill an animal and eat it to survive because you're starving. But when you do that, you give a ceremony to the animal before you kill it. But you don't kill the animal for the sacrifice. You bless the body and the animal sacrifice, the gimme to you to sustain your life. But you don't go kill the animal so that you can make a sacrifice. No, 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 no. That's so wrong on many levels. So, anyone who would suggest that to kill anything for any purpose, it's just absolutely wrong. And speaking of Wayne, because that was during the conversation, I was catching glimpses of something about it, and I won't go into any more of it. But dear Wayne, if you're thinking about something like that, please stop it. Don't go there. Anybody that around him or whatever, you put it in his ear. Don't go there. If somebody's going to kill something for whatever reason, don't even observe it. Don't even think of the process because then it makes you part of that process. I'm going to kill something to attain umpty scrunch. You've crossed a line that you can't come back from. Wavering in some of his beliefs. Like, why aren't you? I listened to the last part. I was absolutely with him. Okay. So why would you cross that line? Because I agreed. I even commented in the chat. And I'm agreeing. But if there's any kind of killing or any kind of sacrifice in there, I'm sorry. You just wiped out everything that I agree with you on, even though I still agree. But your point of view that you have to might kill, murder, maim, or otherwise do some. Now, for me, in as I've learned about being a shaman in training, I found that when you reach a certain point of understanding, I don't even want to light the sage. Even though sage is dried and everything, it was a plant. So I set it on fire. Ah, I have to crush up some herbs. Well, they're living things. Ah, um, but that's not the same as killing anything for whatever power or purpose. So for folks out there, um, you know, it's serious magic to cross that line. Now, the energy of the universe. So my thing, I know I'm skipping a little bit, probably a lot, but we were talking about God, and he made this statement, the power of God, and I was like, yeah, man, the power of wait, hang on, the power of God. Wait, well, hang on, the power of God. Stop. Wait, isn't God the power? So we had this really interesting back and forth and back and forth. Well, God is power, isn't he? Well, God's the universe and God but we reference in, we tweet, hang on, let me have a drink. We reference it as God has the power. Just think about it, about that for a minute. Let me dribble down my chin. So God has the power. Hey, Steve, blessings. Just to know that you are time traveling is really hard to realize. Absolutely, Mel. That time jump space thing during the second operation or whatever, I still haven't figured it out. And I'm sure my buddies up yonder's gonna help unravel some of these things. But I'm absolutely got a different point of view about stuff. And I will try to explain it over these next days, months, weeks, and probably years. But the levels of reality. So for me, God has the power. And then we tossed, well, God isn't God is the power, right? Not that God has the power, or and okay, but if God has the power, that's a different. So what? How does He use that power? If He is the power, does it just ooze out of Him? Well, all the things, God is using the power to heal, and He's using the power of. Okay, but He's using the power. Back to power. What power? Is it His power? Well, God is love. All right. But is the power that He's using His power? Amen. Or is the power in the universe and this God knows how to utilize it? So I heard something later on yesterday in my ins and outs of stuff. And it was like, there is the power of the cosmos. There is energy out there. Tesla knew it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, no. And I do believe in that. But then from my own experience, it was like the power of the universe is that if you can focus just a part of it, that's the power of prayer. There is all this. I'm going to switch from power to energy, but I'm meaning kind of sort of the same thing. So the energy of the universe is the power that God uses to do his thing. That he isn't actually the power because all of us in the Holy Spirit of things, we as the collective are the power. So he's drawing upon the energy of the universe, which we all can muddle with. But I haven't seen any great big miracles that any God has done recently. Not that they can't do it, mind you, but I still think some of these godly things are just aliens. But see, so I'm thinking of the folks who are believing in the Bible and of that kind of God. So you believe in that kind of God. I'm just going to go along with you because you don't understand what I mean. I understand yours, and I'm not going to argue. We're all spiritual beings. I'm good with that. But the power, where does the power come from? It is from the cosmos. It is all around us. It is the manna from heaven. See, I got to the other part of the title. Took me an hour and a half, but I got there. So, but the manna from heaven, I think, is what I see is kind of sort of trickling down because I don't know what else it could be and these aren't visions. This after number two operation, something's opened up and I'm seeing outlines and sparkly things that I could not see before. So I'm trying to interpret this. And so my interpretation of this, with the help of my guides, and they're explaining that, see, you've had some of this focused on you with all the prayer from you folk out there. I got my own personal focus, but all y'all out there have been focusing prayer upon me. Thank you. But where does that one coming from? It's coming from the cosmos. Now, personally, I don't believe it's coming from God, but I do believe it's coming from the Creator. Okay. But the Creator isn't necessarily an entity, it's not a single thing, it's the collective. So, as a collective, all your prayers have come together, thankfully, graciously, I love you, in order to help heal me. And the fact that there is no infection after 2 operations and my back looks good is absolute proof this works. That's why I'm showing off my butt and everything. I want y'all to see me, at least through video, that this stuff works. Now, not necessarily every time because of conditions. But it does in the end work. Not everybody survives. Some people die. That is a fact of life. But we do our best with it. In my case, going in, I knew I could do it. I felt confident, etc. You all have helped and are continuing to help with your prayers. That's the energy and the healing from the cosmos I absolutely believe in. Here I am talking to you. If I could stand up and turn around, I'd show you my bandage. Ooh, you can see my butt crack. That's a inside joke, sort of. But anyway, but where does that energy come from? I absolutely, the Holy Spirit, if you will, came to me during this event and said, you know, and I can see these little twinkles out there, like little pieces of glitter. And it's like, see that, Hawkeye? Yeah. That's the energy in the universe. Yeah. Ain't that freaking cool, and see that right there? See that where these little trickles are headed that direction? Yeah. Well, that's going to Umpty's Crunch over there, who lives on Main Street in downtown Umpaville, Ukraine. Okay. And you see that stream of energy like this filtering down and where it's sort of headed that way? Yeah. Well, that's going to his sister in law on the other side of the planet who lives in Waccamaw, Wackajaw in Whackmack, and she's getting that prayers from these people. And you see how that filters down? Yeah. I mean, this is really this is what I'm seeing. This is my vision. This is my reality now. In that I can sort of see around. It's more like, hey Dave, hey Hawkeye, let me show you something. Okay. Do you see that over there? See that? Yeah. Okay. That's what we want. So they're not showing me everything. They're showing me little bits of stuff. And in those little bits of stuff is that one picture can, you know, say 1,000 words. So that's what I'm getting right now. But what has changed in me is here I go, the power to be able to see other things more clearly. It's outlined still, but before I just felt I saw it. Now I can see a little outline, and it's not everything, but it's been happening since for the last week now, since the last operation. So I hate that I had to have 2 operations. I hate that I keep talking about the 2 operations, but that second one, for whatever reason, the universe had me. It was a powerful event for me on so many levels. But the power of the universe, it's like it's out there and we want to heal somebody. Hey, Joe, it's like it's like we say, hey, look, we're all hungry and we're all sitting outside, but there's a bunch of blueberries over there, but we need we can all have something to eat, but we got to go pick them, you know. So you get your baskets or whatever, and everybody goes over to the blueberry bushes, and because my blueberry bushes are blooming. This may be a slightly, but stick with me. So everybody goes over to the blueberry bushes and everybody's picking individually, but they're picking the blueberry bushes. All right. They're not over underneath the oak tree. They're not over running around in the palmetto bushes. They're working on the blueberry bushes. So, but the goal, think of this as energy. The blueberries are the energy of the universe. That's part. So we go out to the universe and are picking blueberries, sort of, in that we're collecting that energy that we feel is necessary. Because in this scenario of people wanting something to eat, the collective gets up, picks berries for the rest of the collective. Okay. And then when they get back, when they've collected enough, then it's funneled out, which narrows the beam. This ain't stupid, okay? So it narrows the beam, it narrows the channel. You pour it into a bucket or onto a plate so everybody can have access to the blueberries. So, in this analogy, we go out and with our minds, with our prayers, and we collect necessary energy, those blueberries. And then as a collective, we are channeling those blueberries, which are healthy and do help with the body and are yummy too, to heal a person. Well, that's where you're pouring all of those blueberries into the basket, right? Because in that basket is where the energy is to feed them. So, what do you want to do with Joe over there? Oh, I'm sorry, Joe, I'm picking on you. I'm not picking on you. Joe just came up as a name. So, but Joe's sitting over there, and he's the one who's sick. So we've collected these blueberries for ourselves for nourishment, and but we're going to set some aside specifically for Joe because he really needs more than we do. So that's the power of prayer. We've collected the blueberries, funneled them in, focused them in, and then Joe gets an extra portion because he's sick and we want to. We give him these extra blueberries so he can get well, so he can heal. So in this blueberry scenario thing, each one of y'all, in your own way, has gone out to the universe and has pulled in the energy that's always there. But you got to believe it. You reach out there, and I'm saying, there's a blueberry patch out there. But for us, the universe is big. So we don't go to the entire universe. We go to a portion of the universe, which is vast and connect. All that, yeah, I know. But in order to get what you need, if I want a bucket of sand, I'm not going to Australia. I, if I needed some beach sand, now there's sand on my property, but I would go to Florida from here. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna reach out to the universe. Well, don't go to another galaxy to get it. That energy is nearby. So you need gas in your car because you want to go see a friend. Well, you don't drive 100 miles to get gas, so you can drive 50 miles to go see your friend. I mean, it's kind of redundant and stupid, right? So, in this instance, in the universe, we would be reaching out to the universe near us. And that's what I mean by the blueberry bush or patch near us. We wouldn't go off someplace else. We would go to the nearest place we could reach that energy, which is near us and all around us. It is the manna from heaven, on a different level from the Bible, but maybe not. But that this energy, so we drag it in, we collect it along with our other soul tribe members, and it funnels down, and the prayer is sent, hopefully with Crow. And I will be reiterating that in some of these things. Remember, Crow is the messenger of magic and healing. You want to send me something? Send it with Crow. My dear friend is sick down in Florida, as long with some other people too, but send it with Crow. Make sure it gets there. age old, time old. Oh, oh, AI's taking over digital reality. If you want to believe that, you just go right ahead. My reality is simple, and other people's too. You got to boil it down. The world economics and everything don't mean shit to me because I'm trying to heal. So in this grand, oh, we're all going to die, and I'm like a week later without any much news or anything, no computer, and I'm lying in bed in pain, and I'm just trying to deal. Whether Ukraine is being bombed or not is not in my picture frame. You know, some people over here and having a riot, and they're all not in my picture frame. There's people doing this, and oh, Ron DeSantis, and oh, Jesus Christ, can you people pick another topic after 10 days? You're still on that shit? It don't mean squat when it comes down to your honest to God personal survival. None of that matters. None of it. Where does your focus go? I was out there bringing energy from the universe to focus to just be stable, to just hold still for a minute and not hurt, you know, and hold still and let the universe quit spinning. Just hold still and just, while other people at their own choice are running around frantic about things that they can't control. They, no matter how much they worried, it wouldn't matter. But it's ruining their lives. But they're drawing energy from the universe in the reverse way, and almost 180 degrees reverse, because you want to do this thing, but in order to do it, you gotta do something about, like, well, I might have to kill an animal, well, I might have to sacrifice something. What? No. What are you sacrificing? What and who are you worshiping? And why are you worshiping it? What do you think you're going to get out of it? The power of the universe. It's already there. How you access it, but you want to kill something to get there, when all you got to do is learn to tweak and turn your own radio dial, and it fluctuates, mind you, the frequency of the universe. So if you want to get a clear channel, you got to tweak it a little bit to keep it tuned in. That is our adaptation to daily events in our lives. We have to tweak that little radio dial so we can get a good hear a good signal. But the power of the universe, so we reach out to the blueberry patch, and as a collective, there's, I'm just as a number, there are 10 of us, and we've went out to the berry patch. Hey, Barry, and this is the energy we bring back. But us 10 people who went out and picked as a collective, we agree it's for this person. It's for Joaquin over there in the corner. So that's the power of the universe. Now, I know it's in a metaphor kind of thing, but if we could see it correctly, I'm moving my hand around in front of the camera, you should see electrical swirls if you could see in that in that range of frequency. So I know it exists. I'm seeing parts and bits of it now. I mean, literally right now. We're coming up on an hour, everybody, and I didn't know it was going to be this long. But the subject is very interesting. The power of the manna from heaven. The manna from heaven, I believe now, after number two, that the trickle down of this glitter kind of thing that I sort of see is way cool. But I absolutely don't believe it's part of the matrix, not in the sense that these other people do, because if they could see what I have seen or perceived, they would automatically jump on you're in the matrix. And I absolutely don't feel that way when I see that little trickling of glitter. It feels like peace. It feels like there are fairies near, which that could be. It feels like there are other entities. And it's an enlightening, like, holy crap, is this cool or what? It's like dandelions. If you go poof and they go up in the air and they all float around. Imagine if they glittered or sparkled or something. But they're all kind of filtering down and dancing around and having their own merry good time. That's a decent, actually, that's a decent explanation of what I'm saying. So, but I don't have any idea where this is going. I really, that's a lie. I know that what has happened and the things that I'm relating are going to be my next step in the shaman journey because I'm understanding this better than I did. Somehow, I even did a video before the operation. I said, you know, sometimes you can get information and you're up here at this level and you think you really learned a lot and you really understand. And then all of a sudden, poof, you have an aha moment. And all of a sudden, all of that is true, but you just, oh crap, there's one more. Well, I've had apparently during the second, um, if you turned in late, the second operation, um, that I feel like there's info in there in these little glittery things. It's really pretty, what I've seen. It's not ominous in any way. It is creepy in that I can see it rather than just think about it and try to imagine what it looks like. So is this, oh, you're going into fifth dimension. The earth is making a transition. Yeah, okay. After 10 days in the hospital, it still looks the damn same. It doesn't look like nothing changed to me. Oh, spiritual things. Blah. Some of these folks do not know it, but they have been sucked in to a falsehood by their own realities. How about that for a statement? I monitor a lot of channels, and some folks just ain't there no more. And in a way, some of these folk they they had become overconfident in the oh Lilith, she's out there, she speaks to me every day. Mother Mary comes to me every day. We have these conversations. We have these, and I mean thousands of viewer subscriberships, and their channels are no longer there. And they weren't necessarily selling stuff, but they were, well, I've got herbs and things and stuff and blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm not trying to pick on y'all. No. Or anybody that's doing the herbs and who might say, well, he's talking about me. I ain't. There's a particular redhead that I'm thinking of, and I don't think any of y'all fit that. Anyway, anywho, but there are other people who have emulated a certain style of spirituality. And it's like, and you'll be able to feel the fifth dimension. And if you do this, you'll be able to smell the roses on planet nine. And if you do this, you'll be able to see the Pope's arsehole from space. And if you do that, it's like, wait a minute. Number one, we're surrounded by manna. We're surrounded by the energy of the universe. We're surrounded by this cosmic force. May the force be with you. I believe that more than anything anymore. The force in the universe. Whoever coined it, if it was Lucas or whoever, to me, they still nailed it. So the force in the universe is available to any Jedi. All right. Now, there are some people born special that can attain this Jedi ability, but regardless or irregardless, or no matter what, the energy in the universe is still there. It's up to us to be able to interpret it. And of course, not all of us are wired the same. We're close, but the power of the Lord is this force energy. So, from my point of view, for a while now, this God is a prison guard. Okay. And we're out here on the edge of the galaxy minding our own business. And there is some evidence that the planet is, quote, a prison state, unquote. A sure enough, Earth is a prison for galactic beings. So I typed in Wayne's chat room, think of a movie Dune, because the elders and everybody, because of the spice and everything, unbeknownst to the people on the planet, they were being traded by all these overlords and everybody. So the overlord said, I've got title to this planet. And all the miners and everybody down below go, who the hell are you? And what title? I'm living on the planet. I asked Lilith the question before I came here. How odd now you are just mentioned her. No, it ain't odd, but go ahead, Joe. So what question was it? Now I'm not picking on these folk. I'm not. But it's too narrow minded for the universe. It just is. People are too focused on these little things. And it's like, do you understand that you're just this peed little old combination thing on the edge of a spiral galaxy? And whether you know it or not, but we Omtrons own this whole quadrant. You've been under the auspices of the Omtron nation for the last million years. This is our quadrant. Yeah, okay. But those of us grunts on the ground, just like in the movie Dune, you don't own us, whoever the flip you are. Where's that contract? Ain't none of us seen it. But why is this a conspiracy? Because it's true. There are people who own things, especially around here. There are huge 1,000-acre plantations. Now, out west, they got hundreds of thousands of acres, but it's wide open and nobody lives there. But for down south, North Florida, South Georgia, and in this area, for somebody to have 3 or 4 thousand acres is a big flipping deal, especially with property prices. And there are several plantations, huge plantations down here. Some of them are the property of the Gulf Oil Company. One, the Maybelline family of Maybelline fame, and the woman is dead now, but she's donated her and her foundation a lot of money to help keep the local community theater alive. She bought the building, she donated it back, so they paid. I mean, and the founder and mother lode of Maybelline, Thomasville, Georgia. So, I've been around some money. I've been around some folk. Flowers Baking Company is stationed in Thomasville. If anybody around the world at Flowers Bakery is like, I don't know how it is up in y'all's end, but if it says Flowers Bakery, home office is down here. Tiny little, quiet little community in Thomasville, Georgia. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on here, but it's all nice and quiet and done. But the decisions are made through these large corporations, and in the case of the Flowerses, it's the family. It's not just a corporation, but family. And thank God most of them get along. And I've known one of the Flowerses, nice lady. We did theater together. And because she came off her high horse to go play with us peons. And I've been to her house, swim in the pool. I mean, so um, and you hear things. So in this power struggle of stuff, it depends on who wants what. Well, they're sitting around having a tea, Long Island iced tea, and they go, "Hey, Ralph, I'm making up the names, but the story is true. Hey, Ralph, I heard about, that Southern division. We could pick up a couple more stores and increase our market share. I know, but it's mine. I've had it for all this time, and all my workers, they know what we need, and they're putting out. Yeah, they're putting out, but this sector over here is 10 points ahead of you, and they're a smaller community. And this community over here just baked another 1,000 loaves of bread, and they're already gone and paid for. And we have the profit of that. But you're maintaining, but you're not making any headway. And so they're looking for power, but for different reasons. They're trying to increase the company. So there is that. Then there are the individuals in that power play who say, Joe over there sucks. We need to get rid of him. I asked Liva to show me the characteristic. Wait, this is important. I do appreciate this. I love to interact with y'all. I asked Liva to show me the characteristics of a woman who has healthy character and personality. What does that look like? Did she show you a mop? I'm curious. Diane B. Oh, hi, 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 hi. Scratch is in the house. Oh, wow. Now I was going to shut up and get off. Hi, let's visit for a little bit. And then I do have to get off because I got to take meds. And I, I, oh, right back at you, Diane. Honest. Quick update because you just popped in. Scratch too. Just a couple hours ago, my friend was here to check on me for the evening and get me set. He pulled up my shirt and he goes, "Damn, Dave, that looks good." I am. I mean, I'm sore as hell from 2 operations instead of one, and I've got bruises all over me from being poked. This arm over here, my right arm is sore for where they were pumping in um, 2 cc's of steroids every 4 hours. So I've kind of sort of been on a roid rage, and my voice has changed, and that's all due to this stuff they were pumping in me. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying. Without being egotistical to my spirit guides, I got this. Um, I absolutely believe it's going to take me longer than I anticipated, but okie doke, I'm here. It's over. Let's go. I've seen toxic women, but I rarely see non-toxic ladies. Now, Joe, this is sort of a segue into something I wanted to discuss at some point from the hospital experience. Now, I'm gonna call her Jazzy, but that's not her name. One of the nurses in the hospital, uh, maybe 40-year-old black woman. If you watch this, I'm really bad at guessing ages. Just as she wasn't 60 and she wasn't 22. So, and she was a charge nurse. She came around and gave medicines, and she was the person who first changed my bandage after the first operation. So, as I'm leaving the hospital, she is the last person to change my dressing and my bandage. So, she saw the first one, took care of me. Second time, took care of me, and now I'm being released, and she's changing the bandage. And she looked at me around like this, and she said, I can't believe you've been cut twice. I just can't believe it. Power of healing. Okay. Now, that's for you. I don't know if Scratch and Diane and them have heard this part. But anyway, so when my friend left today, just a couple hours ago, well, 2 hours ago, actually, almost exactly, but he shook his head and he goes, it looks really good. Because it was oozing yesterday and the day before, and the bandage looked like, and some of you seen the pic. It does not look like that now. Power of healing, absolutely. The power of positive thought. I'm here, and when I can, I'm going to show. Here, this is what it looks like after. And I've been saying 9 inches long. It's actually more accurately 8. Oh, and I got to pick on that nurse that was here today. She got out her little tape measure. She was very efficient and everything. Now I saw the tape, and the tape measure is a paper tape like seamstresses use. Okay, so y'all know what it looks like. Nothing special. So I looked down and I'm in the chair over there because I was standing, and I said, "Oh, so she's going to measure me." Yep. She took a picture and had the tape on my back and everything, and after she took the dressing off, she goes, "Oh my, you must be going to the doctor soon to get your staples out." Now I've seen the pictures of my back. I don't see any staples. Okay, we won't go there. There's staples in my back anyway. But they said they would be. I'm good with it. Okay. But and this is where I'm getting flaky and just jumped off the boat right there. Um, oh, she said, "Mr. Null, I'm a visiting nurse." Duh, obviously, but right. And she said, "I changed a lot of dressings. Most people, the dressings I changed, there is some kind of something going along the incision." And she's like, "And you've had 2 operations?" She was aghast because she's going around changing after the fact. The nurses and doctors up, slap a band-aid on, go home. She's the one that's going around going, "Ooh, God, that looks like shit. Let me put some stuff on it for you." She goes, "I can't believe how good your back is." I know I'm bragging right now in a good way for all the healing that y'all have done. But I'm repeating what these folks have said to me just today. And I'm aghast and going, that's a good thing, ain't it? The power of healing, okay? It is absolutely related. And so for those folks who don't believe, I'm so sorry. I really am. Oh, Joe sent back. I've also been observing men going their own way. Nearly all the time, those men tell stories of really, really bad women who hurt them. Yeah, that's true, Diane. I was a victim and I played the victim. And shame on me. Literally, shame on me. But here's the thing, I'm going to talk about Jazzy at the hospital, took care of me, right? So that was her opinion. That's what she saw. But in our conversations and getting together, I mentioned something. I said, gentlemen these days, I said, I'm 70 years old, but I'm an old romantic. I'm a Libra as far as my sign. I'm looking for balance. And yes, I am a lover, or at least was, but for all the right reasons, not just because I wanted to, to get off. I've always been faithful. I never ran around on a wife or a girlfriend. I never cheated in any way in that respect. But so that's where and she goes, something, well, my husband. And I was like, yeah. And I said, so for me, and I still feel this way, and I did it with my last wife. If we went somewhere, I got out of the truck and went around and opened her door. How many men do that? Now, I asked her, I said, I'm sorry, I have to ask, but is your husband black or white? And she goes, fair question these days. She said, he's black. And I said, so now we were understood. I said, so there are not many black men in this world today who have that kind of attitude. Like, get the dough, bitch. Open your damn cell. Okay. So the fact that here is a black man in I will use middle age, and that he's over 30 and under 50, just by gauging her age, that he still opens his door for his wife. A black man these days open the door for anybody, you know? I mean, so and she was emanating this, and we were talking about this and how important, and that and she said, Mr. Dave, she said, chivalry is gone. And I said, well, if I had a girlfriend, I'd be opening the doors if I could get around to it. Hey, Scratch, takes two to tango, absolutely. You can dance by yourself, but it ain't fun at all. Much more fun with a partner. That's like having sex with yourself. It's a lot more fun with somebody else, but I digress. But to the point though of relationships and things, so I said, so what do you think of the black woman today? You're a black woman. We're just having conversation. She goes, I think they're shit. They expect things out of the black men when the black men don't have a clue. So they make it worse by overemphasizing, y'all should know this better, when the black man has already lost his chivalry through the societal changes. I got to say this, through rap music and through other things, where the woman was like, y'all go, you all bitches gone. Well, she said, but from a black woman's point of view, she said, we created this. And I went, what? In my famous fashion. What? Because we thought y'all get your shit together. Y'all do your thing. You can't touch me, baby, because an attitude. And she was doing it. She goes, we did it to ourselves. And she said, chivalry is dead. And then she had to go give meds somewhere else and do something else and blah blah. She came back around and we were continuing the conversation as the day went on. Each time she brought me my meds. So she came back in the next time as the conversation continued. And I said, so do you really think that chivalry is dead? I said, if I had a girlfriend, I'd still be opening her door if I could walk around there. I mean, understanding you're really old and it's hard for you to walk. So opening the door might not be the thing, but she goes, no, oh no, my husband does it and I appreciate it. And I said, there you go. So how do you feel when your husband of however many years, I think it was 8 or 10, how do you feel now as a black woman in this society to have him open the door for you? She said, it fills me with excitement. I am so proud of my husband. She said, I love him, but when we go out to dinner, he'll pull the chair out for me. When we go he'll open the door. And she said, he's so polite. And I said, I looked at her and I mean, we were like right here. And I said, as long as he does that, then chivalry is not dead. And you tell him, this old 70-year-old white man who feels the same way he does, to keep it up, especially as an example to other black men who are just, yo, bitch, So, many developments with many conversations with many different peoples on many different levels. after the second operation. You see, if I'd only had one, I wouldn't have had any of these conversations. There wouldn't have been any way for her and I to communicate because she was sad about it. Chivalry's dead. It's not going to go. La, 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 la. And I go, honey, you keep supporting your husband. You tell him this old white man, and I'm in the book. You can call me. I'll tell him myself. That keep it up, brother. Seriously, you keep that shit up. Keep that chivalry alive. White man, black man, it doesn't matter. So we had a little conversation about what to call certain people that haven't made up their mind of who they are sexually. And she said, being a nurse and seeing stuff, she goes, it's insanity. And the people, from the medical profession, her own personal, it's stupid. And these people, unfortunately, need to go to therapy. It won't do them any good. But the thing that we both agreed on is about this weird sexual, whatever thing, orientation. Who are you? Where did they get it from? How did that mindset get into their brain in the first goddamn place? Who put that shit in there that you don't know if you're a Twinkie or not? You don't know if you're a whatever or not. And what the fuck is wrong with you? Who put that shit in your brain? Because it makes no sense to the rest of us. No matter how we try to figure it out and try to respect your wishes, we don't know because you don't know. But my biggest question is, okay, you want to be that way. All right, as long as you don't hurt nobody. Looks stupid to me, but go ahead. Um, but you want everybody to respect you and to put you up on that pedestal because now that you act like a woman and look like a man, you now get to get the trophy with all these other people. There was an award given out to like Women of the Year or something, and it was a trans man. Oh, the courage you have to step up as a female. You fucking stupid ass people. It's an award for women. It was a woman giving out the award. I'm sorry, this pissed me off when I saw it. Take a breath, grab the pipe. I'm still kind of roided out with the calm down, Dave. And this is where I got off the other night and went off on a tirade that I should have shut up on. Oh well. Happy 20, everybody. I trusted that person. It sucks that they exploited me. Absolutely. My ex-wife stole money from me, literally forged my name on checks for $3,000. Scratch and Joe, it is both ways. Absolutely, I agree with that. There were things that I allowed her to get away with. There were things that she pushed me, my last wife. There were things that she pushed me that I gave up because I just don't want to argue. Yep. And forgiveness and yeah, it's both sides. Now, one side might really be she hit me with a frying pan, but I didn't hit her back. The person with the frying pan is the worser of the two than the person that got hit with the pan. But because the person got hit with the pan, me being I got hit with a pan, you should have ducked. You should have known better that she was going to pick that stun gun up anyway. But anyway, so back to the other subject, but I agree with y'all. But back to the subject of this orientation thing. So, in asking her, so what about a black woman's point of view? How does your husband think about this? And she goes, we agree on this. People can do what they want. We know gay people ourselves, but he agrees. And she said, and so do some of my gay friends, that this is just stupid. So in sort of a bad marriage situation, we're allowing these people who are nutso try to make everybody else believe that it's, oh, I'm going to dress like this, and I'm going to go to the library or wherever community center and teach little children how to put dollar bills in my drawers. Um, so whoever arranged it, whoever allowed it, the people who went to it were responsible. You should not have gone. That person, I was traveling puppeteer, and there were times when I got to an event which I was paid for. Here's $100, showed up, and there was nobody there. The event was planned, they had all the stuff up, but for whatever reason, nobody was there. So there was one particular time, it was up in Albany, and me and my puppet brother were working together at the time, and we were all stoked. We had all kinds of things planned, and what it ended up being was some people next door. They went and got their kids who had gotten out of school. This was an after school program, so they got a couple of kids from over there and somebody from over there and the staff that was in the building, but there were no children that was you know supposed to be part of the event. So I looked at Serge and he looked at me and goes, what are you going to do? And I said, they paid us to do a show. I got out my stuff and started doing a show. And somebody walked in. I made 10 people at the end, but there was nobody in this room when we got there. So here's the thing, that's discouraging. But I was paid to be there as part of the program. But if we didn't show up to such events, then the people who are there trying to get dollars in their junker shorts, there's nobody there to participate. They'll be standing there just doing it by themselves. And there's a lot of people that do it in front of the mirror and they're perfectly happy with that too. But it won't spread, you know? So we have control of things. So it's the crazy people who show up to the event to watch a crazy person do crazy things to confuse and upchuck the brain. How did we get here? So Miss Jazzy, she goes, I don't know, Mr. No. I don't know how we got here. And she says, what do you think we should do? And I said, I think we should be aware of it. And we should talk to each other like you and I are doing. And let's see if we can't bring back a little bit of common sense. She shook her head and she goes, I absolutely agree with you. So I told her as she's going down leaving to go do her job, I said, so you keep doing what you're doing and helping and smiling people and doing what you do so well. You helped save my life. You keep doing what you're doing on your end, and I'll keep doing what I can on mine. But we got to try to, we can't scream at these people. Jumping up and down don't do no good. We have to use kindness, but we got to stand up and say, you can do what you want, but that right there is just not acceptable. I'm sorry. But I want it, don't care. But such and such, don't care. Blah, 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 don't care. I'm sorry, but your behavior is unacceptable. Period. And to the rest of us watching this bullshit, what is it? Your behavior is unacceptable because we all want to throw up over here. Oh, but I can dance and sing. Okay, but I'm sorry, society, and we used to have rules and they were very basic. But your behavior, you want to do it in front of your own mirror at the house, go for it. But out here in public, that is unacceptable. And we won't allow it. Don't mean I'm going to beat you up. Don't mean I hate your guts. Don't, no. But in public and whatever, Your behavior is unacceptable. Behavior unacceptable. Your behavior, 3 words? That's really hard to say without getting in a fist fight, without jumping up and down. So here we go. We have the power from the universe to control situations with simple words. It's our intent. Do I want this measly ass pansy, wally over there doing that? Then no, I go over there and I say, I'm sorry, sir or madam, or whoever you are. Your behavior is unacceptable. I can do what I want when I want. Your behavior is unacceptable. Your behavior is really unacceptable. Your behavior is highly unacceptable. You don't have to raise your voice. You don't. Now, you might want to punch him in the face, but being calm, being we might not understand, but understanding, the loving understanding is this person's wacko, and I need to treat him as a wacko. And having worked with mentally handicapped, mentally retarded people for quite a few years, you have to treat them like that. And these people who are dressing up in drag and throwing themselves in your face and everything like that, I'm sorry, but they exhibit retarded behavior. That's just simply put and out there. But that part of it is like, wait a minute. Um, you can do what you want in your own house and around your own friends, but when you come outside that yard right there and you come on the public stuff, your behavior is unacceptable. And society has somehow allowed these kooky beans to do these things, and that somehow, because of their freedom of the right to be, that everybody's got to see their junk and everybody's got to allow it. Everybody has to accept that funky monkey behavior, when actually we all should stand up calmly and say, that's unacceptable behavior. Don't get mad, don't throw shit. If 20 people stood up and said, look at each other and go, 1, 2, 3, that's unacceptable behavior, other people would stand up and go, you damn right. That shit right there is unacceptable. Cookie beans. I'm not changing my beliefs just because I'm expected to. And don't. You have to feel it. I just took look at who is making the rules and ask what gives them the right to tell me what I can do and cannot do or think. Absolutely. I know right from wrong. Right. Like I said earlier on, when I was in jail and we were locked into prison, but I worked in the kitchen and I was king of the kitchen. We could cook and fix and eat anything we wanted to. So I'm in jail, but I'm free as a bird. And that's a perception. So, but I mean, so are you in prison if you accept it? If you've done something wrong and you really are, well, like I did, okay. But I mean, for people to say, "Oh, we're the planet prism, and we're doing this, and we have no rights." Well, if my back wasn't hurting and I was better, I could go out right now and grab my kayak and put it on the truck and go boating. Ain't nobody stopping me. There ain't no rules. It's the middle of the freaking night. And I've done it before. I can do this. So where's this thing that, oh, we in America, we have no rights and our freedoms have been taken away? Can you go outside and walk? Well, maybe not in your neighborhood, but can you go outside for a walk? Are there bombs dropping around you? Now in LA and Detroit, some parts of Atlanta, they're shooting each other, and Tampa too. But to the point though, so you choose where you live. So if you choose to live in that kind of atmosphere, it's your own fault. Move someplace else, do something else, or do something to help change your community. So and folks have done that, changing communities. So it's possible with positive energy. So out there in the universe, to wrap this up, out there in the universe are all these wonderful sparkles of energy that it's just the sparkles is what I've been seeing. Like stars, but not. It's like glitter, but it ain't. But to the point, though, it is the energy that's out there in the universe. So we grab out, reach out to the universe, and we bring some of that energy into us. Oh, well, you got to holler about Shambhala and write a bunch of mess and this and that. You got to kill something to gain the power and the knowledge, and you got to do and you got to do and you like really. When they take the bandage off, I'm gonna have somebody. I'm gonna do it live. I'm gonna show you all my back and my scar, um, as a proof of healing, not to show off. I want y'all. I want anybody who who is contemplating surgery to see what a good outcome could be. Not that I'm trying to show off my butt. I'm too many people seen my butt already, but it's my butt pictures of my butt are now pictures of my butt are now public access. Okay, no problem. But it is in telling the true story of healing and back surgeries. I'm sitting here in front of you, the camera, going, my back looks good. But until you actually see it, you're taking my word for it. And you know me, I want you to see it so that you can not gaze in amazement, which every nurse that's changed my dressing has went, wow, that's really good. So, and I'm grateful and I'm gracious to the universe for it. So you can do it too. Do you need a shaman to do it? Did I have to kill anything or did I have to drink any Oramus or anything to do it? Did I have to go off and get any kind of toadstool or anything to try to heal it? Or no, it's the power of the universe. Now, at some point, I might need a salve or something, but to the point of healing at this moment, none of that was necessary. So I'm trying to explain to people after round two that they showed me that some of these things that people are harping on, well, if you don't do this, you're good, you'll never be healthy. And many of these things that I was watching infomercials early in the morning one morning when I was hurting so bad. And I was like, what the hell are they talking about? And I was like, but that's bullshit right there now. That's bullshit right there too. Are you serious? And you're going to pay $19.95 for that? But anyway, or $29.95. No, it's 4 easy payments of 35.99. Holy crap. Anyway, but so some of these older folks that I know, now we have been in accidents and our bones have been broken and abused and rearranged. But as far as being healthy people, we are without taking none of this Ormus and all, oh, live a long life. Well, I know some folks that did some of that, and two of them are dead. And I scratch my head and wonder if it's because they pushed this thing. Now, Isby, if you're watching or watch this or whatever, I'm gonna pick on you. He, for a long time, was promoting and I argued with him about the the sterile water. You must drink distilled water. You've got to drink. And so we had conversations. And he said, I'm drinking distilled water and I'm cleaning myself out. Now he told us the other day live over the phone on my channel that he's got osteoporosis. And so that he doesn't have enough calcium and stuff in his bones, and his bone is having trouble to heal. I've warned people the properties of distilled water pull, draw minerals or whatever. They use distilled water because it will draw things out of certain things when they're mixing chemicals and stuff. My friend Serge, who was a full-fledged master um, chemist, was like, these people are stupid. So I'm hypothesizing, but how long did he drink distilled water? How much did he pour in his body? How many minerals, because of it, did he pull from his body to where he's sick now and in the hospital, retirement home, you know? Um, so did he pre- did, did he present his own situation by his own actions, thinking because of this new guru shit out there that distilled water was the cure all for your illnesses? Now, my spirit says, yeah, my guys up there are going, yep, it was a major contribution. He already had symptoms of, so thinking that this was a good thing, he actually helped kill himself because he drank so much distilled water, thinking it was going to help him by taking the bad stuff out of him. I love you, Isby. I do. And I want to go kayaking with you. He's been to my house. So, you know, and I love him. I do. But, and I have warned him since day one about this. So, and I'm warning other people. Y'all think this is really good for you? No shit? Seriously? Why don't you just stick with basic stuff? Because one of the things that I learned and it sort of created my own incident. They put me back on a blood thinner too soon, and it was the wrong blood thinner for the situation. I ain't taking any blood thinners now. Ain't gonna mess with them until the staples are out and I'm healed thoroughly. Then I'll go back to my heart medicine full time. Right now, fuck no. That's what caused it. Eat your spinach. That's right. Yuck, 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 yuck. Ardy, matey, Popeye the Sailor. I'm strong to the finish, 'cause I eat me spinach. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Boop, doop. There you go. My little bit but anyway, but there are several older folks. One particular lady's almost 2 years older than me. She's a dainty little thing, and I've always had the hots for her. But she's a lifeguard for years. Little thing, swimmer, huh? And she just took her vitamins and ate regular and took care of herself. And her exercise is swimming, but she does a lot of walking around town. Everybody knows her. Hi, Miss Ruthie. And, but she's strong as a horse for her size and healthy for her age. And yeah, we're all getting old, and yeah, we're all slowing down, but she ain't had none of this fancy stuff. Several of her friends that she's growed up for all these years, none of them take fancy stuff. There's an old ladies club in Thomasville, and some of these ladies are in their 90s and they're still driving, questionably, but they're driving. They just took care of themselves, and they have these little group meet. Once a week they get together at the restaurant and they have lunch together. And back in the back, and they got a little club. But none of these people took any of this special stuff. All these little old lady, we call them the blue haired group. There's a blue-haired group. They're all healthy and smiling and joking and getting around. Yeah, they got arthritis, and one lady's got a walker, but still gets out. They ain't take none of this miracle stuff or none of these powders, nor do they, drink distilled water, clean their bodies out, and so forth. They just live natural, normal lives of just stuff, nothing fancy. So this trip through with the spirits, when I came back through, one of the messages is, and seems to, because they're giving me directions right now to expose some of these people, and it's like it's really nice for you to go into a spiritual reality, but some of these people are, and this other person told me so, not my opinion. It is my opinion, but anyway, I need to get off of here before I get in trouble. But in that they have thought this process, whether it's right or wrong, for so long though that they believe that it's right. And because they have the followers they do, this belief, which they're, yeah, and I kind of saw wishy washy in R. Wayne today. Well, don't do it, Wayne. Don't do it, Wayne. Whatever you're thinking, don't do it. This other person, don't do it. Don't do it. How about that for being direct, right? Um, anyway, but for those folks, there are things that, why are you doing that? Well, I heard that if you do this, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Well, I heard if you keep doing this, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But looking around at my age of people, at what they have done and how they have lived, and having lived here for 45 years, they're not doing all this special spiritual shit. If you don't do to extend your life, well, I'm already 85 and I'm still driving around town. What do you want from me? Why should I take your product? Why should I, I'm healthy right now. What's the deal? So beware of buyer, but also beware of the seller, because they may have been bamboozled by the spirit of that particular topic. Wayne talked about it when he said that, the people in the church, when they spoke in tongues, you could actually see the change, and that actually maybe those folks speaking in tongues were calling the evil entities near. I would agree with that. I really would. I would agree with that 110%. Calling in the spirits around. Hum, da, la, la, hum, da, la, 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 la. What? Then start feeling weird shit around you. And these are the holy rollers. And so the power of things is there. Why do you want the power to speak in tongues? Why do you want the power of this? When we as a collective grab and I see this energy for this particular, like sort of like Mary Poppins in a way, but not. Is there that there's an umbrella that's for me? It's the prayers that you all are sending this direction. So the umbrella is closed. It's down like this. And so the everybody that's praying for me has picked up the umbrella. So now from down here, it's up here. And as they lift it up, the umbrella opens. And as it opens, much like a satellite dish or something like that, all y'all with the prayers, as it opens up fully and pops into a real umbrella, then as it sort of floats down with it, anything that got like a net, anything that was under the umbrella is coming down with it. And that's the energy of the prayers you all are sending. That's my vision of how this is working. And it feels comfortable. And and enlightening as well. But other people have different perceptions, and it's this or that. But so in the universe, there's all the energy, but in order to do a particular thing, you don't need it all. So in this scenario, you just take this umbrella and whatever floats down with it, that's the energy required for this particular task. And that power that we have is the ability to collect it quietly and use it and direct it in the direction that it's necessary. We send it with crow for medicine healing. Inside, outside, whatever healing, we send it with crow. Do we have to do anything in between? Do we have to do ceremonies? I'm finding out that the answer is absolutely no. We don't have to, because the setup is already there. Energy's there. There's an umbrella sitting over in the corner. There are people who need prayers and help, and there's this, that, and the other. That's all the power anyone needs, in my opinion. Beware snake oil salesman. And Joe and Scratch and y'all, I used to listen to some of these people and I sort of monitor them. And I honestly don't think they know they've sort of slipped sideways. They haven't, they're not off the road, but some of the words is like, wait a minute, you make sense, and then you get to this point, and it's like your spiritual wheels are slipping in the mud. Wait a minute. You had me sold 110%. We're go, 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 go. And you get right there, and then some weird is interjected. Like, what? Where did that come from? And the other thing for me and some of these people, I'm like, wait a minute. We agree on all this up here. Why do you have to go over there to believe something else, in my humble opinion, is contrary what should be your I think it's oh, that's a good answer. Well, number two, that's a good answer. How many are up on the board? Ding. The anyway, is the fact that people who are seekers and explorers and searching honestly for spiritual guidance, when they get to a certain point, sometimes you just have to sit down, shut up, and wait. And I don't mean like, oh my God, I'm waiting on this. No, there are times when you're supposed to be still. And I think, in fact, they're saying, folks, Dave, Hawkeye, pay attention to the. Yeah, I do. And they're lovely people, but they can't stop looking. And because for whatever reason, they're not satisfied with the answer at the moment because it somehow doesn't fit their criteria, they're still seeking answers when they actually is like, wait, if you want to go over there, okay, but the answer is still over here. Oh, but the answer to the universe is over here. Wait, hang on. The answers to the universe are behind you too, but you missed them. They're standing right here, but you missed them. But the answers to the universe are over there somewhere. You're not paying attention. You missed it because you think it's somewhere else. So people who I believe in talking with some of these folks personally, interacting with them, I think they had it a long time ago, but they keep looking for something, thinking that there's something else there, and they've missed what they already got. And in that, they're snelling, they are selling snake oil because they've gone past the point of yes, 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 yes. Oops. What? Wait a minute. Because somehow they're not satisfied with the answer that the universe has given them. Wait, stop right there. Hold still. There's still more to come, but you've got to the right place. Yeah, but what about this? Don't go over there. Take out your binoculars and watch, but don't go over there. Well, I'm wondering what's going on. Well, you want to watch them naked, dance naked in the snow and kill an animal because that's their belief. Well, I don't know. That might just be the thing. I might learn something from it. Dumbass, don't do it. Sorry. You're going to go over there and watch something, blah, blah. Well, I'm curious. Dumbass, don't do it. You've already reached a particular spirit level. Stop, hold, sit down, because if you'll be quiet and quit looking for dumb shit to do, thinking that it's working for you, that you'll find things that, wait a minute, I have this knowledge that's coming out after the second operation to all this stuff. You got to let it unravel. There's so much information, and you say, well, I don't know. But you believe in all these basic things that are so important in all the bases of all, and they're right on track until they go, but if we do this, oh, fuck. What is wrong with you people? So for me, I went through similar in that I walked past it. I kept looking for something, and hey, hold it, come back over here. Wait. You need to stop right here and just look around. But I'm still on the road. I'm still on the dirt. Okay, go ahead. Dumbass. Stand still for a minute. Yeah, but I'm on the red road and I want to progress and I want to learn what it means to be a shaman and if I qualify. Dumbass. Stand still. But I'm on the road to life. Stand still, dumbass. Because if you stand still long enough, or maybe just a brief moment, there's a hawk over there in the tree that's trying to give you a message. There's a bear over there behind the bush. But you're so focused on the red road, like me, because I'm a white man and I want to do this correctly. I want to be on the right road, the red road. What does it mean? It's my journey. And I'm talking about this is me a couple of years ago. So what does it mean? Well, I got to be on the red road. I'm so emphatic to be on the red road. I'd walked off it. My intentions were so good that I was all focused up here somewhere here with my intention that the red road went over yonder, and I just kept walking straight. Oh, but my mind was convinced I was on the red road when I wasn't on any road at all. Ended up in the field, And it's like, wait a minute. So do y'all get that? Did that make sense? So as much as we want to do things, and there are some people out there, I'm praying for them. I'm telling you, stand still, back up. You went too far. Now because of your curiosity, now because you feel you must keep searching. That's true, but you need to search in a different way. You need to sit still. It doesn't mean you can't walk around and observe, but you need on that road of life, you need to stop and go, wait a minute. I need to observe what's going on around me right here, right now, because spirit led me to this spot. It's my choice to keep walking without looking on either side. But if I'm paying attention to what I'm learning, then spirit says, there's a park bench, sit down and take a load off for a little bit. Just gaze at whatever's there. A bird comes by and sits on a limb nearby. You're sitting there and a chipmunk comes out from around the side of the bench. Now, if you'd kept walking and trudging along, you wouldn't have met either one of them, you know? So, oh, but I'm focused. You're so damn focused that you're blind. But I'm focused. I'm going to do this. You're going to kill yourself and others if you keep up with that attitude. So for those who are out there seeking, you have to seek once you, I'm there. You know, I just went through another operation, blah, 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 but I also went through another level. And you just have to sit still and listen to the stillness. And there's all kind of stuff in there. And what was meant for me, I'm going to share. Most of it was meant for me, but for me to share with y'all. This other level notch up. It's all the same reality. It's the awareness of it. It's like somebody comes in and says, you know, I've been running that machine for the last 10 years. Machine. You know, I've been running that machine for the last 10 years. I know every part of it and I know how it works. Okay, maybe. And then the engineer walks in, okay, me, who's made the drawings, who has actually taken the drawings to a machine shop and they made the part, they made the pieces that make this machine run. Now, he's run the machine for 10 years. Now, this actually happened. So he's run the machine for 10 years. He knows his machine, but I know the intricacies of how that machine was made. I know how they had to heat treat it. I know what the composition. There's three different types of metal in this particular configuration of this machine. There's A2, there's D2, and there's some, oh, let's throw some Delrin in there. There's some cold roll steel for the base of this thing. But he knows his machine. All right. But does he have all the facts about the machine? No. But he's run it for 10 years. It's his machine. And by the way, he's a damn good operator. All right. So I can say, you're damn right. You do know your machine. But at the same time, he doesn't know it at the same level that I do. We share the same thing, but we don't. So I could turn the machine on and run it, but that doesn't mean because I know all of these other things that I could run his machine any better than he does. So we both have the same thing in common. We're both knowledgeable in our own ways about the same machine, but our level of understanding of that machine is different. Now, I can understand his 10 years and so forth, you know, and how he's run it because I have run machines and I understand. And I graduated from the machine operator to the machine builder, okay, and the designer to make machines run more efficiently for the operators, right? That's it. That's true. And that was my job to make things easier and run better, make any small improvements that we could to increase the efficiency of things. Well, one of the changes in the efficiencies, I'm going to have to leave here in a sec. One of the things in learning efficiency is being efficient with communication with your operators. Good idea, right? So my job was not only to fix the machine to make it efficient, but also communicate to the operator the minor changes that were made to benefit his operation of the machine and the function of the machine. Now you say, Hawkeye, what the hell has this machine shit got to do with the grand scheme of things? It's because the machine is the universe. You and I, how we choose to view the power, how we choose to view the energy, how we choose to perceive how it works from the universe. I'm seeing an umbrella with all kinds of energy under it that all these beautiful people in the soul tribe are directing at me with prayer. I see this. I understand. Oh my God, do I understand it differently now? And I thought I had it last time. Oh man, you know, so more to come on that. But to the point though, Two people, same machine, same scenario, but because they work in different ways, it's that difference of perception and understanding on both levels. Well, Mr. Dave, if you turn up that thing up past 7, it's going to start rattling a little bit. Oh, really? Seriously, huh? Yeah, I can run about 7.5, but I can't push 8. I got to run it down here a little slower. Now, if I'm running at 7 or 6 3/4, it runs like a top and it won't stop for nothing. Well, because you can run a machine too fast, where things just can't happen quick enough. And that's part. And my guys up there are going, "Yep." And for me, I know I can heal. I am healing. Those are the facts. But I can't push the machine. I want to push that level up to number 8, and I've got to dial it back to a 6 3/4. The machine's running, and it's running smoothly at this speed. Tudum, 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 tudum. Happy as a clam. Tudum, 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 tudum. And but if I try to go try to get a little better, then things start going out of whack. From a machinist point of view and factory work and all that, boy, do I see this correlating to the body. But I'm weird that way. So yes, I can push the machine, me, inside, outside, whatever, but you can only if you turn that puppy up a little too much, it's going the machine's going to start wanting to hiccup and and because I've watched them literally tear themselves apart when you turn it up too fast. They will literally just beat themselves to death. It's strange and weird at the same time, but interesting. So, in our lifetimes, what do we want to create? Well, we bring the energy from the universe. We bring the manna from heaven, which nourishes us as well. I'm reminded of Wayne's experiment last year. My old friend said something like, "If that's all the proof needed, then people are truly gullible in criticism." Boy, did Wayne react. Joe, he's one of them that, in my humble opinion, the basics of, and I listened to him today, and I was like, good, right on, agreed. Like, man, that's the message that preaching or whatever. You need to find ways to focus on different areas of what you just said versus veering off somewhere. But I was like, so, oh, and by the way, um, before our dear friend died on Milky Way, he was Brian was on Wayne's show, and I think Wayne had given Brian a microphone or something anyway. And then after um, Brian passed away, other people in the tribe were saying how close Brian and Wayne were. They were such good friends, but you didn't hear the conversations that Brian and I had off air. After me doing a show, we talked about things, and there were several times back then he and I actually did a show the next day that contradicted things that Wayne was promoting. Now, there have been folks who asked Wayne to have me on his show. No, because I am a threat to his peoples. And a lot of people in the chat room know who I am. Now, I gave up wanting to be on his show a long time ago. But don't care. I think he's a nice guy. We have lots in common, but sometimes I think he still is being steered by an entity of whatever from his past, but he is also trying to fill his time slot. I've talked for the last 3 hours and 9 minutes. I don't need no stinking cards. I mean, I could use them for visual effect, but I try to paint a picture with the brain. But to the point, though, that somehow he has to go into other areas to have topics for discussion. I could break these last 3 hours up into into 1 hour segments. Y'all just showed up, and I'm still talking. You had it fallen apart years ago. Is it 20? Yeah, I'm not too late. But Brian and I, we were like, no, he's wrong. So the folks who thought Brian and Wayne were so important together, when he was invited to come on the show to honor Brian, and I was invited and I showed up, Wayne never did. In fact, the people who invited him never heard back from him about it. Well, you loves Wayne, and you and he had such a rapport. Then why weren't you there? Why did he was invited? There was a little slot on the thingy. Wayne, he didn't show up. So these folks are somehow promoting their own self-interest. Well, I wonder what would happen if we, killed an elephant and did some kind of ceremony to see what power we could have, um, or whatever. If you've got that mentality that you have to seek in those kind of corners to to feed your intellect for knowledge, now I would, and I have. Why did them native folks do that? And I don't mean Native Americans. How come them natives in Borneo did such and such? Where did they get that? How did they become headhunters? When did they start eating people? I wouldn't be going, hey, they used to do this as a tradition. How about y'all? Let's get together and let's kill somebody and eat them and see what it's like. You know, wow, man. They were one day they was vegetarians, and the next day they was eating each other. Hey, y'all want to try this mushroom and see what it's like to go eat somebody? You know, hey, I want to eat somebody. Whoa, I want to look. Anyway, never mind. I'm getting off. But to the point, though, that sounds ludicrous. But some of these folk, similar to Wayne, and I hope he has an aha moment. I really do. Stop looking in them corners. You already have enough information. Expound upon what you already have. That's the nature of it. Well, I found this book in the closet. Okay. And it's a really good book. And look, it's got all the right answers in it and everything. Wow, this is so cool. Oh my God, I've been looking. I wondered what the answer to that problem was. And it's in this book right here. Oh, great, great, wonderful. Thank you. And then, you tuck it under your arm for a minute, and then, quote, moments later, which could be a year or a second, there's time travel. Wow, I wonder what's behind that door. Ooh, look, some more books. You find another book and you go, wow, wow, they got a different answer for that question. Oh, and this one's by Hung Ho Wikiji. Hey, Gung Ho Wikiji, the answer to 2 + 2 is 9. Wonderful. I'm going to start reading this guy. Hey, Rasmussen there. Didn't you just get the right answer you've been looking for in that other book you looked in? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But this guy, I want to know how he put 2 and 2 together to get 9. Yeah, but that's not the answer. Well, I don't care. I want to know how he got to, arrive at the 9. He must be some smart some bitch, because he took 2 and 2 and got 9 out of it. He must have been dressing and cross dressing and twerking all over the place. Twerking for God. Holy Mary, Mother of God, here's a twerk for you. Boop, boop. Oops. I gave a little shake with my butt and that hurt. I'm sorry about that. But see how crazy I am. But the fact that in this reality of stuff, this is, I know it's way out there, but that's what they're doing. Well, so I found this book. It's great. Answers in that closet where that book is. It's okay to look around, see where if there are any more doors. I'm looking around. We're searching for things in the universe. So on door number nine, number nine, planet nine, planet nine. Anyway, so number nine is a six upside down. I know. So number nine, and it's a factor of three. Okay. But in this number nine, though, it's like, well, this is our number. Okay. That two and two is nine. So you have two even numbers, two and a two, and you're going to arrive at an odd number. Just think about that for a minute. Well, but two and two is nine. In our world, two and two is nine. All right, dude. So you get everybody to believe that in their world, two and two is nine, when you know damn well and good, two and two is four. And you need another two and two to make eight. And whoops, it's an odd number. Can you send me one more? Send another one down, ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, cross-eyed mosquitoes, and bow-legged ants. Tonight we're going to take a ride down to Mississippi. That was a poem I said in like grade school at a function, and I did these little poems. But anyway, so um, ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, cross-eyed mosquitoes, and bow-legged ants. Anyway, introduction. But so in this though, so because they're still searching, because they're not convinced that the answer that they brought with them and the wisdom that came along with it, they're not paying attention to the wisdom. Why? Because they're still searching. Now search down the rabbit hole that they gave you. Guys and gals up there, give me a topic, and sometimes they won't let me loose for weeks on end, and I lose sleep over some of this stuff. But I've agreed to it, sort of, to be a shaman in training and to be a prayer warrior. And this is part of the deal. But with understanding that, they've had to pull me back and go, where are you going? Stop, sit down. Yeah, but I still want to search. You can, but you have to change your focus on how you search. Yeah, but what about the rabbit hole? Listen, you're sitting on one, but because you're babbling and brabbling and you don't know you're standing on the damn door. Bugs Bunny is right below you watching TV, okay? But you're running around like a chicken with his head cut off. I'm going to be searching. I'm searching for the Lord when you need to shut up, sit down, and breathe. So you're quiet and you breathe in and you breathe out. Then all of a sudden, somewhere off in the distance, you hear a commercial. You hear somebody laughing. You keep your eyes closed and you take another deep breath in and then out. And then somewhere off on your nostrils, by golly, I smell biscuits cooking. Well, that's Bugs's downstairs. He's got some biscuits in the oven while he's watching Jeopardy. So, but if you keep on walking and stomping, you don't you stepped on the lid to his house. There his TV's up real loud, and if you weren't jabbering and stomping about, you could hear his television and know Bugs is right under you. And if you paid any attention, if you were walking slower, you would have smelled the biscuits cooking. Dumbass. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Now, it was a hard lesson for me to learn, but these other folks, I can see clearly now the rains of anyway. But the idea, though, that some of these folks have been on the right track basically until they kept looking for shit to do. And what they need to do is take that one pill makes you larger and the other makes you small. And the one that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when you're 10 feet tall. And if you go chasing rabbits and you know where you are, I forget. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Jefferson Airplane in the late 1960s, and it's White Rabbit, you know. And somebody in the chat on Wayne's chat today, I made reference to it, and so it kind of come to mind. The caterpillar, you know, that was the word, and I was like, aha, Alice, go ask Alice. So, but in this scenario of life, you go down the rabbit hole. But are you looking for the Red Queen? You know, are you looking for you know the Mad Hatter? Uh, or are you just going down the rabbit hole because it looks cool because you're chasing? Wonder where he's going. Don't know, but I'm gonna follow him anywhere. And then you get yourself into a whole lot of horseshit trouble. And then what do? You got to get out of it. Well, you can in this understanding of things, all you got to do is know that the rabbit hole's there. And if you understand that that rabbit hole ain't for you, well, I want to see what's in it anyway. Up with his head. Oh, whoops. Well, there you go. You learned, didn't you? The Red Queen. Up with his head. Why? Because I said so. Okay. So, in the confusing part of life, there are people who say, follow me down this rabbit hole or follow me down this way when they might be working for the Red Queen, you know? So, we got to be careful. It's all about the power to change. Absolutely. Turn left. I'm going to stand up here in a minute. That's the power of change. I'm going to change positions. I'm going to stretch a little bit. I'm due for some meds. I'm actually overdue, but that's cool. I've been here 3 hours, 3 hours and 22 minutes. Another hit on the bowl, and you can probably tell my mouth is running, blah, 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 and I'm losing. Yesterday, I just lost consciousness right in the middle of at the end of the stream. That was weird, but really weird because I saw this a person's face right there. But anyway, so we do have the power. We have especially the collective when we use it. I'm proof. Thank you all. That we can collectively use this power to help heal. Individually, that power is still there. There's a light moving around over there and dancing up and down. Hi, it looks like a fairy being. No shit. Wow. Hi. That's strange. Okay, don't focus over there. But so, in this grand scheme of things, the answer lies sometimes in the quiet. I've read it with cards and stuff, you know. The true answers lie in the mystic. It lies in the void. Well, if you're running around and jumping around and looking everywhere, you can't hear it, see it, or taste it, feel it. You have to stop and absorb it, like absorbed the Greek. Oh, that was a bad one. Zorba the Greek. Absorb the never. Holy crap, that was a bad one. Barry, you still there? You should be upchucking on that one. Scratch, it's good to see you. Joe, I'm running low on brain cells. Me too. You know, I'm fixing to alter a couple more before I go to sleep. What do you think of people who think that those who are serve others are beneath them. Oh God, I want to slap them. I do. Now, I want to slap them. And there are, I'll just say, spiritual advisors. Leave it loose there. Because some of these are priests, some of them are, but spiritual advisors in that there's a bunch of new age hippie shit that these people are going on about. And oh well, if you here's the thing, and I've heard their spiels. Well, like some I've heard some of these folks, well, if you don't take Oramus, then you're not on my level. What? If you don't take this herb, then you cannot be on my level. What? If you don't drink this tonic water, you cannot be on my level. Fuck you. What? Thank you very much. Bend over. No, never mind. We're just going to cram it up here where you stand. Some of these folks have gotten snooty. Well, because I know what I know about spiritualism. If you don't understand what I do, well, you're not in the same classification as me. I was in the slow learners class growing up. I didn't know it, but I was. I was in the slow learners portion of the classroom, as a matter of fact. Us DDDs would like to look out the window, look out the window from over there and not interrupt the class. I found out later because I love looking out the window. But those folks who think they're better than anybody else. Now, I want to state this, and I've heard somebody recently is showed something anyway, and they were ranting on about no, God damn it, everybody is not created equal. You know, Kareem Jabbar thinking, look how tall he is, and he's a basketball player. Now look at Willie Nelson. You know, they are not created equal. Yeah, okay. You know, one's a giant of a black man, the other's an old hippie country western singer. You know, okay. Now where are you headed with this? But it says that both are created equal. And God damn it, look at them, they ain't. Okay. It had nothing to do with black or white. It was just look at them. Just look at them. They ain't equal. There's a huge guy. Just look at it. Can Jabbar whatever sing and play music? No. Can Willie play basketball? I don't know, but but what they have in common is they're both human beings. They're both on the planet Earth for whatever reason. They are both entertainers of such. So they do have commonalities. Don't know about DNA or whatever, but to the point though, so there are things that resemble them. All right. Does that make them equal? Well, you know, I think they both done movies. I think. And I know Willie has made movies before. Uh, I can't speak for, Kareem, but whoever I stated. But he does have big feet. We can vouch for that, which some people would say also measures your large feet is a measure of the man in other places. Never subscribed to that, don't care. And I can't find it anywhere, especially at my age, but that's another story. No, no, it ain't. We'll skip over that one. TMI for you guys. I'm not embarrassed. I lost my embarrassment when I was buck naked and them nurses had to pick me up off the floor last week. That was embarrassing. But so the understanding of time travel in this, because in our minds, yeah, I'm fixing to gotta go because I'm so tired. Um, Okay, the thing about being God created us equal. That statement is true to me up to a point. God created us equal to be able to do the best we can. I think God created us equal kind of short in the sentence. And so that I have a friend of mine I have talked about. He's younger than me, but around my age. He used to hit our back properties used to almost touch when he lived down here. But he is, and now he is because he's retired and all, he is an elderly autistic man who, by his some of his relatives, I'll just leave it at that, thought he would never succeed in life. But they judged his success by their values. Well, he'll never be able to do this. No, he has a unique type of autism. And no, John does not understand that. John is never going to understand that because of his condition. He's a loving, sweet, gentle man, and I mean it. We've been buddies for years, and we love joking on the phone together. And I can't wait to go see him just to go hang out. Because to me, he's fun to be around, but he was rejected by his family and other stuff because he was unique in his behavior, much like my friend Randy, who may have piddled on himself because he can't help it. It comes to church, he shows up every day, and but they're gonna ostracize him because I think he just dribbled in his pants. Or did you know that he's autistic? Do you know whisper whisper all the other people's? So, but both of them and their lives are totally different in how they grew up and everything. But here, me observing them, they kind of sort of ended up in a similar spot in that they've made it through life. They've made it through all the trials and tribulations that people said, well, you can't do that. You're autistic. Well, Randy, you can't do that. You're overweight. And so is your truck, because he was the trucker, a lot of trucker. But I mean, but to those things, both adapted the best they could. When other people doubted them in their own families, well, he'll never be any good. He's too blah, blah, blah. When actually, in their own way, they were both very successful because they made it through life, is what made them successful. They didn't fall through the pits and the this and the that. John and Christine have been married for 15, 20 years now. She was supposed to be dead 10 years ago. She's still functioning. They're still married. Oh my God. I know a bunch. I couldn't make a marriage last for more than 4 years. So who am I talking about? That shit, right? But I can observe. I wished I had somebody with me that was a long time, mate and so forth. I've dreamed about it, but it ain't in my cards, and I quit looking. Screw that part. Takes too much time to watch and learn and whatever. When I always picked the wrong ones anyway, and ended up being abused in some way. An autistic man has a better chance of finding a good woman. Think about that one for a minute. Just so, but anyway, with that, the rabbit holes and everything, what do we choose to do? Do we choose to be those folks over here that says, he might have dribbled in his pants? Or are we somebody that goes, hey, man, are you all right? Do you need some help with something? Uh, um, do you need a towel? Can I get you a napkin? Being discreet about the person who just piddled because they have no feeling. And I've got that now. If I stand up, and I mean, there's a urinal, like I can almost reach it sitting right here, right now. If I lean forward, I can. Because if I stand up or move about, not only does the sensation of wanting to pee happen like that, but also the fact that I used to have a couple of seconds before it started running out down my leg. Now I'm in the position of holy crap, I can't feel myself pee. Wait a minute. Now you say that's TMI, too much information, Dave. But there are folks, we suffer with this stuff. We put up with it because we have to. It's there and we get through it on a daily basis because we just want to appear normal. These spiritual folks are getting into corners where people are peeing and having problems and stuff, and they don't understand why those folks are in over there in that section. And even Wayne said the Group W bench. Alice Arnold Guthrie even put it in the thing. So on the Group W bench, we're the people, you and I and us, because we believe the way we do. We're on the special bench. Well, they're thinking outside the box. Well, as I've said before, in my world, there isn't a box to think out of. The universe is up. Why would I take a part of the universe and put it in a box? Why would I think out of it? I'm already thinking out of it because I don't see the box to think out of. What the process, you see? So the process of this is, where do we go? Power. What do you want it for? Why? And what do you think it is? Do you think power is something that you can actually grab and stamp somebody with? Well, you can do that, but is that really power? Well, it is, because you have m- mustered up enough feelings and emotions that you could literally physically grab a knife and stab somebody. That's impressive. But at the same time, um, do you really want to go there? Meaning, yeah, I can grab the knife. Yeah, if I have the potential to kill him. Yeah, I could use one hand or two. Yeah, I could slice them open like up one side and down the other and watch them bleed out. Okay. Or I could just pretend that son bitch, if I had about, I'd cut his damn ears off. That's the difference. Thinking the same thing, thinking the same way, but your actions at the end of it all are totally different. So, same scenario. You hate the guy, you wish he was dead, you'd love to stab him to death, but then you change that stab him to death with a rubber knife. I'd like to pluck his eyeballs out and wash them out and put them back in so he could see better. So I just want to pluck his eyes out. Says you want to hurt him and maim him and be. If you say I want to pull his eyeballs out and wash them out and put them back in so he can see, that's not near as bad. And there are places that you pop your eyeball out and do that. Honestly, we had a client who was about 11 years old, very autistic, and in order for her to see, she would put her finger behind her eyeball, right about there, and shove it behind her eyeball into the socket and push her eye out. Her eyelid would bulge, and this was like constantly. We had to go no 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 and tap her hands and put them down. We didn't want to tire her, but Janezza would go like this and then like that, searching for light. She'd put her hands up like this, and then when she was really wanted to get a good fix of light, like mainlining it, she'd stick her finger. Now, she was nonverbal. She'd stick her finger behind her eye and bulge that son of a gun out to where it would be sticking this far away from her head. Creepy. Oh my God. And I worked with this patient for 4 years. So, but you try to teach them kindly, and because it's a I was going to say oral, but it is a visual She's blind, can't see. But how do you know she can't see? Well, she's wandering around going like this. She's wandering around going, poking her eyeball out. Well, how do you know she's blind? Well, but in discussion for 4 years with her condition with staff and observation and stuff, it didn't really go anywhere. But we on our own could try to do better to stimulate her own local activities. And this has to do with power now. This is absolutely still related. So we have the power to try to teach her another way to get stimulated. It's almost, I saw her at times. You couldn't talk to her constantly. There were other children in the room and other activities, and unfortunately, poking your eyeball with the rest of the kids was not on the list for that criteria that day curriculum. So, how do you train someone to get them to stop something that, whether it's painful or not, she's popping her eye out of the damn socket, and her eyelid's the only thing that's holding it in from, rolling across the floor, and the fact that there's stuff attached. But doesn't it hurt? Because if you slapped her hand, she'd go, if you took a pin, which we did, because we were checking, just lightly, can you feel that? No reaction. Can you feel that? No reaction. Can you feel that? Whoa, we got one. So we did those kind of tests to try to keep her active and to try to keep her other senses alert. And we all prayed that someday that she would just have this awakening, and we were there to make sure that her body stayed healthy. I exercised her legs. I was the physical therapist for her, and I just range of motion, lay on your back and do like you're pedaling a bicycle, and up and down, and I'm not lying, I'm not making this up. In a way, I wish they were, but she'd push her eyeball out. Now, for me, I'd just go over here a couple times. It's already got a sore spot. I cannot imagine, and back then when I worked with her, how she could keep her finger in her eye socket for so long, and it not, her eye never swelled. She never got an infection. I mean, the whole scenario was weird. Now I've met other blind people through conferences and everything, and summer camps and stuff, who, and it depends on the condition of the vessel, Mr. Noel. What do you mean? What you talking about? If the vessel is ruined in any way, you will get an adverse reaction than what you may expect. Okay, I'm with you on that one, guys. So we leave this kid and go to another house and people and stuff. And little, no respect, little black kid over here, a kind of sort of tallish white kid over here. What do they have in common? Sort of like Shaq and. So where do the loyalties lie? This little kid over here, when he puts on his little necklace, which he's wearing, is the bomb on skates, man. Zoom, thou, bleed, black, blue. Great. That is great, honestly. But pitted up against my son, the other operator thingy, um, couldn't bake a chicken in the oven. You know, I mean, just, hey, boy, where'd you get that chicken? Well, we was chasing the major down, and she gave us quite a struggle, but ended up we had to take this chicken from under her dress. Anyway, grand scheme of things. So what do we do? The giant chicken head that ate Chicago. I got old sci-fi movies trying to run into my head. But so for the power of the Lord, which one? The Lord of the manor, the Lord over that manor over there, Or so the Bible is not really clear because he's sitting on his throne with all these other elders and the ancients. Now, cut your laughs out if you think I'm fussing about. Well, I am fussing about it, but that ain't got nothing to do with spirituality. It has everything to do with who did whom. Okay, diddling back and forth with them little priesties, and it little, I know because I was come on by priests before. In fact, I was raped by them. Okay, don't give me this shit about the priesty. Here you go again. No, sorry, personal experience. I got riled up right there because although I can keep it buried, the topic still pisses me off. And I'm sorry, don't you dare make accusations. I don't know. I'll slap you in your hiney. But what rabbit hole do you want to go down? Do you think you should keep going down the rabbit hole? Do you have enough information? Have you stopped to sit on that Group W bench outside in the sunshine and smelling the roses in spring so that you can observe who you are truthfully? Some of the things I've said today have been brutal as far as, uh, you know, how some of these things made me feel. You got to just put them feelings aside and do what's right. But if you continue to go down a trail that involves killing anything sweet, Jesus, don't do it. 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 The only thing you should kill for is your own sustenance and or your families. So it's been a wonderful ride for almost 4 hours. Doggone. Um, wait, after last night, didn't do a show as people may think I'm stalking you or something. Wait, what? I visited special ed for a while, and boy, were there interesting special people. Yeah. Now, oh, back to the equal thing. We are all equal in the eyes of the Lord. It's out there, right? That statement. Well, who's Lord? Which God? All right. Now, my point of view on that is the God that's supposed to be in the Bible is sort of like a caretaker, but a poor one for this end of the galaxy. And that his godship is sort of like um, only good for this solar system. I don't mean the galaxy, I mean the solar system. The sun, the star, the moon, the asteroid belt, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, that's it. And then he did a piss poor job. So, as a god, as caretaker of this area, who created all things, yada, 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 okay. But he's a bad son of a bitch, wants to kill people, wants to send floods and fires, and you people aren't worshiping me. I read years ago, Jesus, and read Gospels myself, in church and live in front of 200 or 300 people, mind you, because I was an altar boy and a commentator, reading the Bible in front of these people, live and in color on church on Sundays, sometimes 2 or 3 different masses because somebody wouldn't show up. So here are the facts. And then the priest would discuss them. And there were times I'd look over there because I'm one podium on the, stage right, his podium, stage left, standing there waiting for him to finish, blah, 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 blah. Everything's groovy. And then I kind of glance over and go, what the fuck is going on over there? Because he's talking about something that ain't even on the list. And then all of a sudden, I've read the gospel, I've read the scripture. He's supposed to comment on it. He goes, well, I really never believed in that, and goes off on golfing techniques. That's your spiritual advisor that just walked by. So we need to be careful that those people who are saying, I'm your spiritual advisor, Are they really? I hate the fact that I don't feel like I'm a shaman, but I will note this fact, and I'm going to do a separate video on the shaman thing. Something happened to me that second operation, all to the good, but something happened. And I do actually feel like I've been bumped up a grade in the shaman thing. Okay. More on this later, but oh, okay. So what's going on there, Hawkeye? I don't know. I don't know. I feel different. I I see the same tree, but there's something else about it. I look at this, there's something else about it. I look at that. I was mad because my dog wasn't here. Where's my Duggar? I'm so and after the last couple of days, Duggar in his happiness to see me would have killed me. So tonight as Rob's leaving, he goes, I'll pet your dog for you, and I please do, but I know he's got to stay with y'all for a little while longer till I get better. So as much as I want to do a thing, as much as I love my Duggar, as much as he misses me, we got to stay separated right now. He don't understand that. I don't either, but I do. But do I miss my dog? Yeah. Four-legged's great, yeah. But if I had some little yippy thing running around, I can't bend over to feed it, couldn't pet it. It would get under my feet. The dog would kill me. So for those of you, Duggar is in excellent, great hands. Three children that just dote all over him. And Rob said, and Duggar's got them under control too. He knows where they are and he knows what there's one. Oh, he said, yeah, Duggar's got them under his control. So for those of you who've asked about Duggar, although we've been separated for 2 weeks now, he's still in good hands. And as much as if something happened to me, Duggar's got a family, a built-in family right there. But anyway, so in the grand scheme of all the stuff, of all the people who want their personal power back, if you insist that you want your power back, you gave it up. You didn't lose it. You must have thrown it away. I'm going to get my power back. Dumbass, you still got it. I'm going to gain my power back. Okay, dumbass. You're not getting it, are you? What do you mean, Hawkeye? You never lost the power. You gave up. I'm going to gain my power back. Where did it go? Why did you turn it loose? Can't nobody steal your power. You have to give it away. You have to relinquish it. I'm going to get my power back. All righty then, dumbass. If you'd focus on the fact that you still got it and how you can reawaken it versus you're gonna be a dumbass. That's what you're gonna be. But you're gonna be another dumbass. Keep it up. But I'm gonna take Ormus, and then you're gonna be taking something you got not a freaking clue because you're a dumbass. Well, what about that? You're going to do that because I'm going to drink all the water I'm going to drink is going to be distilled water. Okay. When it leaches all the chemicals out of your body and you get osteoporosis and fall down and break your leg and you're in the hospital, you're a dumbass. I love you, Ken. And I can't say that what I just said was a direct result, but it did not help his condition. People are looking for longevity, and now that I'm 70, I can say this. Quit looking for that stupid shit. Accept what you got because it's always there. It always has been. Accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe that are already out there. Learn how to control your own self. Understand however you want to visualize it that there's energy just out there because that's where it belongs. God gets his power from the universe. What do you mean, okay? This God power It ain't his because it was there before, well, it was there before God. Because if the power of the cosmos wasn't there before God there got there, how could he create things? What? Right? Did God bring the power with him? No. What God did way back when is he came into being or whatever, but that the power of the universal power, was waiting on somebody to use it. And he pops up. Hi, I'm God for this sector. What do we got here? Well, we got a giant sized planet called Jupiter. There's one over there. Does that say, what does that say? Dumbass. There's a label on each of the planets. Let me get out my cell phone here and check the reception. And God's sitting here going, well, no reception. Maybe we should make some. So then a star is born, right? With our Earth and everything. So, but that's too fundamental to understand. And oh my God, I didn't say anything about worship or go to church or speaking in tongues or la 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 la. Oh my God, that's just too simple, Hawkeye. You can't tell me that the universe has energy and that you can draw on it anytime. Good night. Thank you. Love you. Does that mean Hot Wheels? But so in this grand scheme of thing of power, so is it your power that you awaken? I'm going to awaken the power of the ancients. Okay. But was it the ancients' power? And who says you're going to be able to learn how to use it? So in the question, in the conversation, um, maybe, just maybe, the energy was there before anything else. Because how you can't create something for nothing. So the energy and the force has been there longer than God. God had the ability, I say had because I think it's messed up now, but has the ability to draw upon the collective energy of the universe in order to create. But God wasn't the first one. Sorry, because the energy was already here. Just saying. So I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings in the universe. And in that law of three, which is really important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and Lord have mercy, the many blessings from the universe. Because my back, my health is a result of prayers from all of you. I believe, do you? I really believe in the universal healing. Do you? I believe that with the collective, we can and have achieved great things. I believe that I can better things. I believe I can influence people simply with a smile. I believe that the power that I seek is the power of peace and balance and harmony. I believe that we can come together with this. I believe because of all of you, we have the soul tribe. We have the league of like minded beings. You and I and we together with our umbrella of love and light and energy, that we don't need to worship anything because the energy from the universe supplies us with our needs, which is, if you look in the Bible, manna from heaven. I tied it all together in 4 hours, and it's almost over. So, Joe, thank you. Scratch and all. I hope some of this made sense. You know, I know I'm back to a 4 hour tirade again, but there's so much information that these folks imparted to me while I was in that dream state. So I gotta move, I gotta cramp, I gotta pee, I gotta crap, I gotta get some have TMI. But no, thank you all. I love you. Uh, and again, if anybody makes it to the end of this video, I screwed up bad the other day. I deleted the video. There were things in there that I said I should not have. I inferred things about some people that actually I was thinking about something else, but they got it and and it pissed them off. And I can see why. So in my lifetime of trying to do good and not bungle, I bungled. And I'm hoping that things will be turned out well with that are my prayers. So without anything else, y'all put in a positive word to the universe to forget that hiccup of mine the other day, and well, let's go on. So love, light, and happiness. Y'all keep your shit together between the ditches. And I promise soon, um, you can probably hear in my voice I'm pretty strong. I'm gonna do a night of card readings. And I'm bored, can't go anywhere. So Barry, if you're still out there, he probably went to sleep by now, which is okay. It's almost 3:20. It's almost 3:20. Ooh, time for a bowl. But to do a night of card readings for folks. So I just have to get strong enough, and I'm feeling better. Everything's moving in the right direction, and I'm not stopped up or clogged up, so that's a good thing. But I want to do a card readings for everybody after as my payback, but not really. Um, that's just the wrong word, but because everyone has been so nice to me and sent out good energy, this is a way for me to take their good energy and give a card reading. There you go. Said it, done it. What band? You love the band? Are you talking about me? What band? Oh, that had nothing to do with me, right, Michelle? So here's Popeye signing off. Y'all sleep well, be well, and again, thank you so much for all your prayers, and may the bird of happiness fly up your nose, and not a nasty old looking rubber hose. Sweet dreams, my sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Cheers, everybody.